Well, good morning to you all, and thank you so much for joining us as we down here at the Sir Frank World Ground in New St. Augustine for this women's under 19 women's tournament taking place right here. And we have a top of the table clash between Barbados and Jamaica, and we are going to have the toss taken. I'm handing you over to our fellow commentator, my fellow commentator, Billy Furlong.
Good morning and welcome to CWI Rising Stars Women Under 19 Championship. We are here for round 4 between Jamaica and Barbados at St. Augustine at the U-Respect facility, the Sir Frank World Memorial Ground. And alongside me we have match referee Mr. Hayden Bruce, along with the two captains here from Jamaica, Sammy Bryce, and from Barbados, Tiani Hilbert Myers. And Jamaica has the point and we proceed with the toss.
You going again, eh?
Call is heads.
It is heads.
You have one. You have a ball?
That's it. Okay. Oh, sorry.
So we have a quick word. Just a couple seconds from Ms. Myers, who won the toss. Maybe a bit disappointed so far. 2 no results, weather affected games, but an excellent comeback in your final game. An excellent performance from you.
Yeah, the girls were just excited to play and they showed that they were ready to play, and it resulted in a win against Guyana.
And deciding to bowl first here, any particular reason? We do have some weather around.
Yeah, the weather is a bit iffy this morning and the girls' confidence are high, so I rather go first.
Okay, so go well, have a good game.
Thank you.
Thank you. And if we could have Miss Bryce. Miss Bryce, 2 wins atop of the table for you.
Yes, sir.
How is your team performing so far?
I'm very pleased with the girls. The great spirit in the camp. So yeah, we're playing very well, and I'm grateful for that.
I'm looking forward to having a good game here as well to try and get into that final 1 game after this. So a win here could propel you very well for that last day. Any particular strengths? We've seen your team has been very energetic in the field. It's been good to watch.
Yeah, every time we step out here, we try to represent ourselves and our country well. So every time we step on here, we try to play hard and play to the best of our abilities.
Okay, continue fighting on and have a good game.
Thank you,
Okay.
sir.
So that's it here from the toss. Barbados has won the toss and they've opted to bowl first.
Well, as you just realized there, the toss was taken and the Belgians, they have won the toss and they have decided to bowl first. So, Billy, you went out there. Well, how the atmosphere is like out there?
Well, it's a slightly overcast. Good morning to all of you. Good morning to you, Astel Ren. And the pitch looks like a good one, but there is some weather wrong. And you expect to have some moisture in the pitch. And it's a good toss to win and bowl first, as Barbados are currently doing.
As we can see, Billy, it's a top of the table clash between the two of the teams who have been doing exceedingly well during this tournament, and we are expecting to see some good cricket. I was here on Saturday to see the Jamaicans play against the host country, Trinidad and Tobago, and they won that encounter. But you have seen the Belgians. Tell me about them a little.
Well, the Belgians are an exciting team. They return with a full-strength squad. Most of the players having played last year, and Tiani Hilbert Myers at the top, the captain. She's a powerhouse with bat and ball. They have some familiar names, Asabi Calendar, Ebony Braffett. She notched up a 48 in the last game. Naya Wood, of course, and Nijani Kamabach, the West Indies under 19 player, picked up 6 wickets for 7 runs. So it's a strong outfit. And their decision to bowl first is going to be a little bit of testing for the top of the table Jamaicans. 2 wins for them. 1 no result as well. So they have been, as you would have seen on Saturday, very, very energetic in the field. And it was good to look at.
Okay, and the 2 umpires out in the middle who will be taking charge, taking command of this situation. We have Candice Laborde and a man by the name of Wazim. First of all, we have Lindell Rajkumar. And the 3rd official is Dameen Wazim Ali. Did I get it right?
Nadeem Wazim Ali, yeah.
Okay, then. Well, thanks so much, Billy, for that help. But the wicket itself, very briefly before the first ball is bowled, what do you think about the wicket itself?
Well, I expect to see some moisture, some seam movement, some swing in the air as well.
Okay, we have the first delivery being bowled there. Opening the attack for the Belgians is the... no big set of movement indeed. Well, it's the first delivery, and she is finding her way. Her length and line has to be right. But we are expecting to see some good cricket, Billy.
And most definitely the Barbados lineup. Captain Tiani Herbert Myers, Ebony Brathwaite, Decoria Collymore, Erin Dean, Asabi Calendar, Zoe McAllister. A good start here. Camilla Machu Brom, Sabriel Headley, Jadea Holder. She's the 14th. Camilla Machu Brom is 13th, the 13th person in this game. The Kyra Collymore, Naijani Kamabach, Alicia Bowman, and Nia Wood make up the 11. Zania Bruce, the opening batter, has been left out.
Okay, then we see, well, bowling the first, the third delivery, and the wicket is going down there. We have Wood, who opened the attack for the Bajans, where she captured the first wicket. This one was right. So, the Jamaicans, they have lost their first wicket with the score. They have yet to open their account. If I'm good delivery right up there. The batter, she went for the on drive, didn't get a hold of it right. The ball popped at her, and she put it right in the hands of the short mid wicket. So Jamaica have lost their first wicket without a run on the board, Billy. That was a wonderful start for the Barbadians.
And happily accepts it at mid wicket. And not quite the start the Jamaicans would have wanted. And Judine Ebanks did have one game at the top of the order, so she is already in for the fourth delivery of the morning.
Oh, I mean, that's a bit discomforting at times when you batter number 3. You expect your openers to at least give you at least half an hour, 50 minutes for you to see what's happening out there. But in the opening over, she has to make her way out to be opening the batting, you can say. Good delivery again from Wood, just outside the off stump. And this one was played beautifully there, square of the wicket. They go for 2 comfortable runs. So Barbados, so Jamaica, they are off. They have added to their total. They have opened their account with 2 nice.
Falling and no runs on the board after what we saw yesterday. Just a stark reminder of what transpired that West Indies Australia game.
Oh boy, that was. I am still coming to terms with Billy. We'll talk a little more about that. You see Wood once more. Good delivery. Short is coming up there.
The excellent delivery from Nia Wood there. She's been bang on target. The first delivery is a touch wide outside the off stump, and she's just adjusted, getting accustomed to the run-up as well as the pace of the wicket. And she's a bit quite sharp. She's been increasing in pace as the over goes along. Probably prompted by picking up a first wicket as well. A little extra boost of energy and adrenaline.
Yes, that could be the type of start you want. That add a spring to the step. And a nice single been taken there. That was just outside the off stump. The Ebang just got back and then pushes this there. She looks to be a good batter. Ebangs, she's picking up the line very easy. That's the end of the first over from Nia Wood. She picked up the wicket there and she got the opening breakthrough very, very early indeed. And Jamaica, they have been set back. The score is now 3-1.
And the other opening batter, Kirsten Sutherland, she's yet to face a delivery. And a good start there by Nia Wood. Bang on target. Her lines were good. Her length was good. And equal to the task, at least Ebang, she was able to just work the ball back past point and get a few runs and get her team on the way despite losing that first wicket. So a good all-round start here from both teams despite having lost the wicket, Jamaica.
Oh, yes, it's true. And when you look at it, I haven't seen all of the teams because I haven't been around my team, but I like what I see of Nia Woods. She seemed to be maybe the quickest in the tournament so far from all the bowlers. I like our girl Casa from Trinidad and Tobago, but she has a little bit of pace. She's sharp a little, but Wood seemed to be on song with her deliveries. She seemed to be really getting faster and faster. But the opposite bowler here is Erin Dean, and she is the off spinner. You could say she's bowling here. So Barbados have decided to start with pace and spin. Wood from one end and Dean from the other end.
Yeah, Dean returning from that West Indies World Cup squad and that tour to Malaysia. So she would have garnered a lot of experience. And Nanjani Komabach was also in that lineup, as well as Asabi Calendar from Barbados.
This one's quite shortish indeed, and Dean is, you can see she has playing experience because she knows exactly what she's doing. She's putting it up, she's flighting, and now she's just pushing this one through. This is her first over, and you're seeing the kind of experience in which she have gained from being with the West Indies team. Good delivery indeed, just outside there, and Banks went for the cut shot, hit the outside edge, and the slipper put it down. It was a difficult chance indeed. So had she held on to it, Jamaica would have been in deeper trouble. But it's a life, and you got to forget it and move on with the next delivery. Good delivery indeed, forcing the batsman to go for the cut shot. She went for it, but didn't play it well, and it went to the one person that slipped, and she put it down. This one, the next delivery was just on the leg stump. It was turned around. Strike as quickly as possible. You don't want to be facing the same bowler for six deliveries. Even if you are having difficulty or you've been given a chance, you want to forget that as quickly as possible and go on and do what you can do best as a batsman or as a batsperson or as a batter, as we say sometimes.
Dean with a good start. Still, a wicket fell in the first over off of the third delivery. The third delivery here, a chance going to Asabi Calendar and that first slip position. It went really fast. It was played, a cut shot played with a little bit of force. And they're saying when you cut hard. And it would have taken some catching, and unfortunately the chance went down.
Good delivery from Dean right up there. And Ebanks is to the task. And that's the end of the second over. The score is on 4-1. So Barbados, 4-1. 2 overs have been completed so far. One by the fast bowler Wood, and the other by Dean, the off spinner from the center end. And then, Billy, speaking about yesterday's damage at the massacre at Sabina Park, this morning social media was abuzz with all of that, and they have been calling for the head of Darren Sammy and his batting coach Floyd Reefer. A very, 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 very difficult time for West Indies indeed. But we are back here at UWI Spec at the Sir Frank Royal Ground, and Wood is the person who is taking up the attack. She's in her second over. That was a good delivery, right there, right on line, on the middle stump, just middle and off, and there's no run there.
Yeah, excellent consistency from Naya Wood, and she has a first slip, a third on the boundary, very fine. Nia Wood bowling to that field. And she has that experience in this under-19 lineup and proving that she is a handful. Very consistent, very accurate bowling from her.
Good delivery again from Wood right up there. So she has found the line that she wants and the length also. And that is so important for bowlers, for fast bowlers or whatever style that you are operating from, be it a fast, medium, fast, or just tear away fast bowling. Your length and line must be right, and Wood, she got it right this time. Good delivery again, right up there, forcing the batsman to go back and across and pushing it straight to short cover.
Yeah, and as well, she's holding that off stump, that fourth stump line. She picked up the wicket with a ball that was angled just about middle and off, that popped up a catch to mid-wicket, and she's returned to that consistent line and length just fractionally outside the off stump.
And again, she's right there. She's right on target. I think she is doing the job in which her captain will be quite pleased with at this early stages of the game, because she's keeping it tight and she's keeping a very, very good line indeed. So Barbados, they must be pleased with what is is unfolding at this time. Wood, she misses a run. She pulls out of that sometimes when you're a bowler and you miss your stride. It's better to come out of it than you go through and maybe bowl a full toss or half volley and be punished for it. So Wood came out of that one, and the umpire board. She has a single, a dead ball, and Wood comes again.
Yeah, that's a critical position there. As still there at backward point. I was going to mention it earlier. She's fielded quite a few in that position, Alicia Bowman, and she's done quite well. And bowling to her field, you see that first slip position there and a fine third on the boundary. And backing that up on the offside is that backward point position. As you have a good look at Bowman there in the field. And she's sitting right on the 30-yard to give herself enough time to get around to anything cut down in her area.
Good delivery again from Wood, and this could be the end of the over, end of the third over. Jamaica sent into bat. Well, they are 5 for 1 after 3 overs. So things are looking quite easy and quite nice. Things are unfolding the way in which the Barbados captain will have liked to having won the toss and asked the opposition to have first strike.
Yeah, an excellent going from Barbados here, right up at the top of the innings. Right on cue with their line and length. Tiandra Morgan, she is gone. She top scored with, well, rather, she had 18 against Trinidad and Tobago in their last game. So she's gone without scoring. And Sutherland made 12 in that game. So Ebanks and Sutherland are going to have their work cut out. This one is cut to Bowman there at backward point off of the off spinner. And these two are going to want to stay there as long as possible. 35 over affair are still, and these two would want to bat very long to recover from that early loss of a wicket.
Oh, yes, indeed. I mean, and it is so important to consolidate at this time, because having lost an early wicket, you need to consolidate. You need to make sure that you don't lose more wickets and keep the scoreboard ticking over. I mean, pick up the ones and the twos. Don't go for the big shots as yet. It's only when you are totally confident and in control, then you go for it. So this is a rebuilding process for the Jamaicans. This one is on the leg stump, down the leg side, and the umpire didn't hesitate at all to call it a wide.
They're just trying to work it into the onside, getting a bit of a gift down the leg side, with just straying onto middle stump and getting a little bit of turn, hence taking it down the leg side, but called a wide.
Good delivery from Dean, right up there, and Ibang is right up there to the task. She came right forward and pushes this one. You can hear the ball, the sound of the ball against the middle of the bat.
And she's pulled this one a little bit shorter still, but getting a little bit more turn. So just ringing the wrist and the fingers there deep. To the stumps there, Ebank, but she's going to have to go. And the second wicket falls with 6 runs on the board.
Oh, yes, and that's the price you pay when you don't get right back and across. This is Dean bowling an off break. Ebang went back and she went for the cut shot. The ball hit an inside edge, you could see, an inside edge, and it cannoned into her stumps. She went for it. It hit the inside edge and it cannoned into her stumps. So Barbados have picked up their second wicket, and Jamaica, they are in some trouble, having lost 2 quick wickets. The score is now 6 for 2, and Dean is the one who picked up that wicket. So 1 for Dean and 1 for Wood. The new batter at this time is
Adania Bohr.
Adania Bohr, yes, Adania Bohr. Adania Bohr, that name's Bohr is familiar with the Jamaica's team. I remember they
Carlton
came here.
Bohr.
Carlton Bohr from many years ago. Good delivery again as Bohr comes right forward, misses, and the keeper didn't collect cleanly. So Dean is in a good spell.
They're pitching up there, beating her outside of the off stump. So good over here. Just conceding the 1 wide, Dean.
Good delivery again from Dean, but forcing ball to come forward. It hit the outside edge. It didn't went too far away from the first slip, and you can see the bowler going up there. End of the over. End of this over, and you can see that the ball didn't pass too far away from the slip fielder, and there were some anxious moments for Ball, because Ball must have thought this could have gone straight into the lap of the slipper. It did not, and so Jamaica, they live to fight another day. The score is 7 for 2 at the end of the 4th over.
So here indeed proving to be a handful, the off spinner. West Indies under 19 World Cup player went across to that tour to Malaysia, and using all of that experience back here, and she's getting some grip, getting some turn and bounce, picking up the wicket with appreciable turn off of a short of a line delivery, and they're pitching up a couple as well, getting the outside edge.
As Wood continues her spell, that one was on the leg stump, middle and leg, you can say. Ball came right forward. She played a bit uppishly indeed, and it went agonizingly close to the short mid-on. So she has to look at that. I think the Bajans have gotten their combination right in their pace and spin to open their bowling attack, and they're doing quite well. This combined pair of pace and spin, they are causing some trouble for the Jamaican batters.
The ball's going to have to be careful. That is the delivery that picked up the first wicket of Morgan, a catch spoon to mid-wicket.
And this one is down the leg side. Ball went for a leg side pull, sweep, or how you call it. And well, she made contact because the umpire didn't give us any signal. It was a bye, so she has picked up one more.
They're both top scoring for 21 in her last game against Trinidad and Tobago, trying to capitalize on a delivery angle down the leg side. Didn't get enough bat on it.
Good delivery there from Wood. That one was just outside the off stump. Sutherland went across, and she didn't know exactly where her off stump was, you could say, because she played a shot that I don't know how to describe this one, because the bat didn't come down. The bat came from squarely from point, and that will bring her some problems. Good delivery again. Wood is really bowling, having a good spell. She's attacking the wicket there. Hardly a bad delivery. Now and then she might be a little wide of the off stump, but she's onto the stump all the time, having the batsman having to play. And this is a mark as a sign of a good bowler, a good fast bowler, forcing the batsman to play at every delivery. Good one again, right up there.
Yeah, I think you're right, Asel. They would have seen and played against Sutherland already last year, coming into this year, and there's a definite plan from Nia Wood to attack her more on the stumps, bowl a direct method, trying to get her to play on the line of the stumps with the odd delivery fractionally outside the off stump. So it's a clear strategy here from Wood.
This one is on the leg stump, you can see, and Sutherland, where she went for the flick shot or the onside play, it kind of into her path, no run, and the end of the over. As you were saying, Billy, I mean, it means that they have a thinking staff, and the players are also thinking how to outwit and outfox each other. Excellent cricket indeed, and that is good for this level of cricket, because these young ladies, they are under 19, and they are the rising stars for the next generation. The next crop of West Indian senior players will come from this group.
Most definitely, yeah. They're under the watchful eyes of Mr. Robin Paris. Robin Paris, the coach of the Barbados team, as well as the manager, Nicola Graves, as Dean looks to bowl her 4th over.
Good delivery again from Dean. She is continuing to have that nagging line and length right there on the middle stump. She's an off spinner, and she's keeping it tight.
Just
and Bo is right up there to the task.
Just a correction. I just saw the score, her 3rd over, and was looking at it quite inquisitively. It is her 3rd over, not her 4th, as the correction is made to the scorecard. This is the 6th over. So, penultimate over before the power play. But aggression is the least on the mind of Bo and Sutherland here, losing 2 wickets early.
Exactly, because they need well, Dean pulled out of this delivery here. She was about to deliver, and then she just pulled out of it, and the umpire signals a dead ball, she has to redo it.
Yeah, interesting. They are still with that delivery beaten outside the awesome. Asabi Calendar has taken a step across to her right at first slip. So she's going to touch wider as she throws the ball back to extra cover, relaying it to Dean. We'll have a look at here in her position there. She's gone quite wide at second slip where that chance went in the last over.
And that tells you, I mean, at least they're thinking. She's thinking, and the bowler, the captain is also thinking, because twice the ball went in that direction. There was a drop chance, and then the other one went very, very close indeed. So she has closed the gap. And that goes a ball. A full toss. Ball could have hit that anywhere indeed, but it went back to the bowler. And Dean made no mistake as she plucked that one from the air. Let's have a look in our monitor here.
And this is what happens when you build the pressure. She's so cautious, too cautious against Dee, that when the loose ball comes, she's not able to put it away because she's put under such tremendous pressure by tight bowling from Wood and Dean herself. A full toss. The umpire was just a big smile on the umpire's face as he was trying to evade and get out of the way. It was struck straight back at Dean and an excellent catch.
Oh, yes, indeed, because had Dean didn't hold on to that catch, he would have been in some trouble.
Umpire Rajkumar just hopping away because he was in the firing line there.
Exactly, and he could have been hurt because it was hit with some power, not with ultimate power, but with some power, because it was a full toss indeed. And that's how we are looking at it over and over. Good take indeed. Yes, and yeah, you could see umpire Rajkumar. He's hopping on one leg, getting out of the way. He must be a very, very fortunate man. He said it prayers this morning. And the new batsman is the captain, Abigail Bryce. She is in with the score on 8 runs for the loss of 3 wickets. And she came in against Trinidad and Tobago with her team under some pressure on Saturday. And she finished with a half century. So she's in familiar waters, in familiar areas, because she's used to coming in at times when her team is under pressure. That's the end of the over. And as we look at the scoreboard, as I told you before, 8 runs for the loss of 3 wickets. Yep. And in comes their captain, Abigail Bryce. She's the one, and she has to steady things again.
Oh, what a fantastic over there from Erin Dean. 2 wickets for 2 runs and 17 dot balls.
And this is one of the troubling things in West Indies cricket. Too many dot balls. But let's see. On the leg side, and then that one was down the leg side, and Sutherland just turned it around, and it goes into the ropes. So it is a loose delivery indeed from Wood down the leg side, and Sutherland helped it along towards the boundary. So the score climbs on to 11.
It's a clear strategy from Wood to bowl wicket to Sutherland. So clearly they've worked something out in the strategy think tank. And we've seen her bowl quite well in the first over outside of the off stump, but clearly attacking the stumps now. And that time, just whipped away on the onside and put away for 4 by Sutherland. She's off the mark with a 4.
Good delivery, and she has returned to her regular operations right on middle stump with some fire. And Sutherland has to play and show all the respect that she has to do to defend, to make sure that she keeps this one out. So Wood is right back to how she started during her opening spell. Right up there, and Sutherland drives, didn't get hold of it there. It didn't hit the full face of the bat. It hit more of the inside, and it went to mid-wicket indeed, and they picked up 2 runs.
Yep, Sutherland there now starting to get amongst the runs now. A boundary and now whipped into the onside for 2. Another full delivery, a full delivery from Wood and tugged into the onside through Ebony Brathwaite there at mid-wicket. Had good pace on it and just hauled back inside of the boundary. 14 for 3.
Wood right back there again. She is returning to the type of link that she would like. And I see umpire Laborde, maybe she's checking or telling her how many deliveries remain in the over.
Yeah, just a couple deliveries left in the power play.
This one is short, and then Sutherland pulled this one around. It goes down to the leg side, to the fine leg, and the ball was stopped there cleanly, picked up and returned to the inner field. So they picked up 2 more, or 1 was that?
Yeah, Sutherland just getting the single there to square leg. And another delivery angle down the leg side. Zoe McAllister did the fielding at square leg. And just as well she stopped that, because had it gone past her, there is no fine leg and might have run close to the boundary again.
Good delivery from Wood. Outside the off stump indeed. She's maintained what the plan is and what she would like to do. But this over wasn't as tight as she is. After 7 overs, the score is at the end of the first power play. 7 overs. The score is 15 for the loss of 3 wickets.
And Barbados winning the toss, Tiani Herbert Myers. And I just asked her any thinking behind the decision. There was whether or wrong. It's bright here. The sun is not quite out. But opting to bowl first and just wanting to bowl first, because if rain does interrupt at any point, batting second, you will have a clear idea of what your target would be. And that was the main decision behind bowling first. But I'm sure with 3 wickets down and 15 runs on the board, she'd be very happy with that decision for this reason.
Oh, exactly, indeed, because I mean they are controlling things at the moment, having asked the opposition to have first strike. They are in control, having picked up 3 early wickets, 15 for 3, and we see the umpires making for this. This is the end of the power play, or the start 2 more overs.
No, second power play.
Second power play. Sorry about that. The second power play. I thought yes. The start of the second power play, and Dean once more. Good delivery, right there, and Sutherland did not cover it cleanly. It went. She pushed at it. It hit. Maybe hit the outside edge, and it went through to the keeper. It could have gone through bat and pad and goes on to the stump, but it did not. So she's rather fortunate indeed to survive this one. Dean. Good delivery, right up there.
There's another example there where she drags the length back to try and extract some turn to get the batter on her back foot, which is how she got her first wicket off of the inside edge bowl. So she's exploiting line and lengths here, varying line and lengths and different types of delivery. She pulls out of that one. So I was just thinking, Astil, she's pitching up and might be getting some drift, beating the outside edge on the front foot, and as well as dragging it back and trying to extract some turn. One slip in place.
I think that's the reason why she has that one slip and have it a bit and has the slipper a bit wide indeed, because she's getting some drift. There is some drift in her deliveries, and she realizes that, and she's going to exploit that once more. Dean again, as we see Sutherland comes right forward and play a nice shot indeed, well timed, not too much power, but well timed to extra cover, and they go through for 2 comfortable runs. So it's a good battle indeed, because from what I'm seeing here, Sutherland and her captain Bryce seem to be 2 good batters.
Yeah, Kristen Sutherland, I was impressed with her wicket keeping last year, and now she's at the top of the order with the bat. And a classical cover drive there from her. She's growing from strength to strength in the innings. She's now on 9.
Outside the off stump indeed, and Sutherland just comes forward and show lamps. This one went through to the keeper. The keeper did not take cleanly, but it went to the slipper, and there's no run. The ball was retrieved and recovered and returned, relayed back to the bowler.
The Courier Collymore there behind the stumps. Related to Corey Collymore.
Oh, I see.
The 2 Collymores in the team.
Former West Indies a fast bowler, and he was also a bowling coach at one time for West Indies at one of the levels, I think for the women's team or for the age group team, the boys, the men's team. Down the leg side, and there we see the first delivery we have seen from Dean, that on the leg stump. And Sutherland went for the sweep shot, didn't make contact. The umpire shows us clearly it's a leg by, and that's 1 more to the total. The score moves on to after the end of the 8th over. It is now 19 for 3.
4 overs from Dean on the trot, and she bowled through the first power play. 2 for 5, and in that over we saw a nice extra cover drive from Sutherland, but 1 delivery angle down the leg side, and just wondering if she may just hold off there after 4 overs, as we see near Wood, just the 4 overs from her, and she is being changed now, and the captain herself, the off break of Tiani Herbert Myers, is going to have a bowl. So 4 overs from Wood, 1 for 12, and 4 overs from Dean and 2 for 5. So an excellent start here from Barbados, but Jamaica are fighting their way, crawling their way back into this battle here.
Oh, yes, indeed. And the sun has returned. Well, the sun has come out in its full glory here as there is a change of bowling from this end, from our end, from the commentator's end. And the person who is doing it is Herbert Myers, Tiani Herbert Myers there. She's the one who has taken up the attack. And she's bowling to Abigail Bryce, the Jamaican captain. That one was right up there, and Bryce was up to the task. Came right forward and shows the full face of the bat, playing it very, very gently indeed. Didn't look to have any aggression onto her play. That one from Myers is outside the off stump, and Bryce just comes forward and pushes it to point, and there's no run.
Already variation in her pace there from Herbert Myers, the experienced Tiani. And very slow indeed, holding that one back, forcing Sutherland to reach for it.
Good delivery from Myers again, right up there. She's keeping a good line, just middle and off, keeping it right there so that not giving the batsman any room. And Bryce is showing all the respect in the world. Outside the off stump, this one was there, and the umpire didn't hesitate at all. Umpire Laborde didn't hesitate at all to signal a wide, because it was a bit wide outside the off stump. And if we can look at it, was it a wide, Billy?
Yeah, definitely a wide there, but it did pitch and get some spin. It's the second one that we've seen turn significantly in the over so far, gripping on the surface, coming back into the batter, but still signal a wide by umpire Laborde.
And there we see Myers right back to her normal spot up there, and Bryce is up with the task. She's pushing it gently back to the cover, extra cover Fieldswood, and there's no run. Good shot indeed from Bryce. That one was outside the off stump. She came, but she went back and across and opened the face of the bat. And that one sped up the bat with some degree of it, with some pace. But they just managed to go through for that quick single because the field person down there was up to the task.
You're just spoiling the over now with that overstepping, and it's going to be a free hit now. That one pushed through the gap just to the right of Bowman there and Headley, and getting a single, just spoiling the over from dot balls, one wide and now a no ball.
Oh, yes, indeed. So she'll be looking to rectify, to keep things back to normal again, to get things. This was right up there again, and Banks Sutherland went for the big booming drive, didn't make contact, and I don't know why she went for that drive. The head was somewhat in the air, the bat wasn't there for the shot, but she went for it anyhow. That's the end of the over for Myers. This was her first over, somewhat of a mixed over indeed, Billy.
Yeah, and that final delivery as well with the single allowed for the captain to decide to change the field for the free hit. She dropped a long on and a deep, well, a cow corner, as we say, a deep mid-wicket on the boundary, a straight deep mid-wicket, and then pushed the ball wide outside the off-stump. So just fooling Bryce a little bit there, just a bluff, strengthening the onside and pushing it wide. So if she did try to get a swing at it, she would maybe thinking she would pull it into the onside, and the field was set for it. So just escaping with that a free hit and conceding just 3 runs in her first over. Still keeping the pressure on. There were 4 dot balls in that over.
Oh, yes, indeed. The pressure, there's a saying that pressure is a bust pipe. And when you're under pressure, and I think the Bajans are applying the pressure indeed. The bowler, I think Dean is continuing her spell, and they are maintaining that type of pressure on the Jamaicans because they know this is a very crucial partnership. If they can get past one of these batters, they know that they have done perfectly well. They have the plan which they want. That one was right up there for Sutherland, and she just pushes that one gently to cover, and there's no run.
The bowler, Naijani Kamabach, taking over from Dean.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, Nigerian picked up 6 for 7 against Guyana. They routed Guyana out for 21 runs in 14 overs. And Tiani Herbert Myers and Johnny Comerbatch, 9 wickets between them.
That was outside the off stump again, and Sutherland went for the cut shot. I don't know why she went when the umpire signaled a wide. So if you're going for after that, you must go hard indeed and play a comfortable shot. That one was too wide, and she was flirting with danger there. Good delivery again from Comerbatch. Comerbatch just bring this one right up. She has replaced the Dean from this end, and
once the power play was over, still they were eager to bring Comerbatch into the attack. Just
indeed.
wondering, Dean picking up 2 for 5, was it?
2 for 5, yes.
I'm just wondering if you would have given her another over. She was bowling quite well on top of it, on top of her game. 4 overs she delivered. But they were eager to get Comerbatch, taking 6 for 7 in the last game.
Oh, yes, indeed. A good delivery, indeed. That one jumped. It popped and it jumped. You can see the keeper had to go up there to collect it. The keeper went right up. Didn't take it all that cleanly because the ball popped from a good length. Went over the bat, the bat, and through to the keeper. That's Comerbatch again. I can see why they were eager to bring her on, because she has that extra bounce and turn in her deliveries. End of the over from Najani Comerbatch.
Yeah, so after picking up 3 wickets early on, a double change in the bowling, Nearwood 1 for 12 off of 4, and Dean 2 for 6 off of her 4, and Tiani Herbert Myers just conceded 3 runs in her first over. So a double change, and still maintaining now the first slip for the 2 off spinners, the captain as well as Nigerian Comerbatch. And they've had that slip in place for the off spinners at the start of the innings, and continuing on with that, as Bryce, the captain, yet to get off the mark, with Sutherland out there in the middle.
Myers once more, she continues her spell. The one is right up there, and Bryce just came right forward. She's coming forward again, showing the full face of the bat, and there's no run. Good hit. That one was right up there, and Bryce came forward. She turned it off her pad, somewhat in the air. It caused some alarm, but no fields was down there, and the batsmen, the batters, they have completed 2 quick runs indeed. Let's have a look and see what happened there.
Yeah, good chase from Bathurst. It went past her at mid-wicket, whipped into the onside from Bryce, taking the bottom hand off, and sensing she took the bottom hand off because she knew it was very close to mid-wicket, but an excellent piece of work by Ebony Brathwaite down there, just putting the boot out and stopping it just inches inside the boundary, and a good return as well.
Oh, so at least she has saved 1 run for her team. And that is so important. Popped up there. Let's see what can happen there. Bryce came forward. This one, it must have slipped on her. She came forward and just popped it high in the air. And let's have a second look. And they were monitored there, and there were some anxious moments for both batters and the fieldsman. Myers couldn't make the ground, and the fieldsman at long off just didn't make the ground also. So that one it remained a long time in the air. Good delivery again from Myers. Myers seemed to be getting these deliveries to pop, and Bryce is just coming forward and playing a tennis shot indeed. She's not getting over it, and the ball is just keep on ballooning into the air, Billy. It's 2 consecutive deliveries, and it created some anxious moments there.
Yeah, Sutherland a bit rattled these last couple deliveries. Yeah, much better from her there. And the captain, Bryce, walked down and had a word with her after she popped that one up very close to extra cover. Myers herself was chasing after it, and it seemed to be in the air for a long time, but no fielder could get to Dean or herself. Dean coming from extra cover. It was a good delivery here, under the bat of Sutherland and through to the courier Collymore. The over comes standing 26 for 3 are still in a mixed bag there. We saw 3 runs whipped into the onside and a couple chances. Balls popped up in the air and then one go past the bat.
Oh yes, indeed, and it was a very anxious over, if you can describe it there for the Jamaicans, because the batters were under some, especially Sutherland. She played 2 upper shots there that could have cost her a wicket, but she's still there in the middle. And she's there to fight on for the Jamaicans. But when you look at the score, it's now 26 for 3, and they're building somewhat of a small partnership, Billy.
And the field is going to have a couple changes. 2 fielders out square of the wicket on the boundary for the bowling of Nijani Komabach.
This one is down the leg side there from Komabach, Nijani, and it is turned around there by Bryce. No run. The fielder at leg slip, leg slip, came around very quickly indeed, and had the batters changed their minds if they was contemplating a single. This one, they're right up there again, Komabach. That's why they have the slip. That slip is there. Komabach just hang that one there. Bryce came forward looking for the drive, hit the outside edge, and it went past the first slip. Good delivery, well played there indeed. This one was shortish indeed, and Bryce just came right back and across and played a easy shot, looking for the single, but looking to find the gap, but was unable to do so. As Komabach once again, she has right there, middle and leg, and Bryce playing it gently, no run. Good shot, the right up there, and he's out. Yes, Cyril. Good plan, excellent plan indeed. Bryce went for it. It was hung there for her. She went for it, played it oppositely, and the fields person at point took a comfortable catch. So Jamaica, they have slipped into deeper trouble once more, losing their 4th wicket. Billy, what do you thought about that one?
Yeah, Bryce there, she wasn't all too confident playing that delivery outside of the awesome, looking to drive. We saw the penultimate delivery before her dismissal. She took the bottom hand off of it. It went to the right of Calendar at slip, but straight to Bowman. It is there at backward point. On this occasion, the bottom hand stays on, and it's gone further in the air. She's sitting right on the 30-yard circle there, Alicia Bowman, and took a good catch there. That ball would have been spinning, coming off the face of the bat at point there. At times you get that back spin on the ball, so she did quite well taking it to her left-hand side and ensuring that it was firmly in her grasp, because that could have spun out. And that means the captain is gone for 3 and 4 wickets down now. 26 runs on the board, and as still the first 2 games from the Barbados team, there were no results because of the weather, and then 1 win in the game that they did manage to complete. They got to 119 for 10, bowled the Guyana out for 21, and now with 4 wickets down for 26 runs in the 11th over, and Barbados are fighting, trying to get into that finals on Saturday.
Well, they are showing that they are determined to really get there, and they are in control there, because that wicket of Bryce is a big wicket indeed. That's a big snapper, the big fish indeed. They wanted her, and they got the wicket they wanted, and they are breaking through. Well, they are broken through. They will now need to continue the good work and make sure that they maintain their effort, how they started, and stick to the plan. So they seem to be looking for that breakthrough. We take a break as the players refresh themselves, and there's a quick word. We take a break, and when we come back, we continue with the action.
They're back here live after the drinks break. The score is 4 wickets down for 26 runs on the board and 1 delivery to come in this 12th over. The last delivery saw the fall of the captain, Abigail Bryce, a big wicket indeed. She had 57 runs in the last game against Trinidad and Tobago. In that total, they posted of 155 for 9. But Monica Reid is out there and with Kristen Sutherland, and they're going to have a lot to do here to try and get anywhere near that last total the Jamaicans posted in their last game. Nijani Kamabach taking the wicket after 4 dot deliveries, so just 1 delivery to come in the over, and could it be a wicket maiden?
Good delivery indeed from Nijani Kamabach. I can see why they wanted to have her into the attack. The end of the over, and we can see from our monitors here the replay of that delivery. Good one, good delivery indeed. Outside the off stump, the left-handed player, the Saudi, the ball will be pitching middle stump and leaving her. And that's a difficult ball to play when that ball is leaving the batsman. The score is now 26 for 4. And you have Sutherland and Monica Reid at the crease. I remember she said her name is Monica to make sure that we got it right the last time. So she's out there, the left-handed Monica Reid, and she has joined Sutherland. They have some work to do because they have to repair and consolidate to get the Jamaicans to a respectable total, to a good total indeed. And redoing her guard is Sutherland, and she'll be facing up to Myers.
Myers going to try to follow up of that excellent over from Nijani Kamabach. A maiden wicket that over.
Good delivery from Myers there, outside the off stump. Sutherland went back, and then maybe she showed arms and allowed it to go to the wicket keeper, and there's no run.
So between Kamabach and Myers, picked up 9 of the Guyanese wicket in the last game.
Shortish delivery indeed, and Sutherland went back and across. As you said, they were the 2 destroyers against Guyana, and they're doing well today at the Sir Frank World Ground in UWI St. Augustine. Right up there again, bringing Sutherland on the front foot, and she's up to the task, playing very, very circumspectly, respectfully indeed. Not taking any chances against Myers because she knows Myers is doing a good job. That one is tossed up again. Myers tossing it up, gaining in confidence indeed. And every delivery she's gaining that type of confidence that a bowler needs when you're up against a batter as Sutherland. The sun is big, is in its full glory at St. Augustine down here. This one is on the leg side, and Sutherland just turns it around. There's a misfield down there, which allows the batters to come back for a second run. And I think Myers may not be too pleased with that because she was keeping things tight. And when your fielder doesn't bring in the type of returns that you want, then the bowlers, they get a bit upset at times, but only temporarily.
McAllister there with a bit of a fumble at square leg. She's brought into this lineup here, the right arm medium pace bowler. But we've only seen 1 pace bowler employed, Naya Wood. And she might just be eager for a chance when she gets a chance to bowl Zoe McAllister.
Oh yes, maybe that because she has to prove that single that she gave away, I'm going to pick up a wicket or 2, some wickets in that to really have the captain speaking with her. And that's the end of the over for Myers there because sometimes when you don't do too well in the outfield and you're a bowler or a batsman, when you come out to when you're given your responsibility and you do well, then the captain will be pleased with you. Otherwise, sometimes you have to stay away from the captain. I remember Billy, Imran Khan, the great Imran Khan for Pakistan. Anytime there's a drop catch for fielders not doing too well, they stay away from him for the entire day.
Well, Sir Vivian Richards, you didn't want to be anywhere close to him if you fumbled in the field.
Well, I mean, and that is understandable because you go out there, the bowlers must bowl, batters must bat, and fieldsmen must stop the ball and take the catches. So, I mean, captains are not robots, but they understand at times things are very difficult. But taking up the attack at this time is Cumberbatch. Johnny Cumberbatch. She will continue to bowl to Monica Reid, the left-handed Reid. She's bowling over the wicket. That is Cumberbatch. So that ball will be pitching somewhere about middle and going across the left-handers off stump. Let's see what happened there. Reid is right back there. This one is up there. She's pushing. She's right back there and pushing it straight to extra cover. And there's no run. The fields person got her wrong very quickly indeed and made a stop, preventing that ball from going through for a single. Cumberbatch once more. Right up there, and Reid is backing across, showing the textbook kind of knowledge that she acquired along the way as a batter. So Cumberbatch once more to go to Reid, and Reid comes right forward, pushes this one there with some power. It went through extra cover, and they complete 2 easy runs indeed. Very quick indeed. They ran the first one very hard indeed. So the second one became very easy to complete. So there's 2 more to the total. The score moves on to 30 for 4 at the start of the 14th over.
Yes, the umpire just looking at the landing area for Nijani Cumberbatch and having a word with her, and she's decided to go around the wicket now to the left-hander Monica Reid.
Well tossed up indeed there from having gone around the wicket. Change the angle completely on Monica Reid, and Reid, maybe she got accustomed with Cumberbatch coming over the wicket, and this time when she's around the wicket, she has changed the angle completely on her. That one gave her some problems. Good delivery there from Cumberbatch from around the wicket. Reid shoulder arms at the end of the over, so the score stays on 30 for 4. And things are looking okay. I mean, for the Barbadians, they stay in control and they're keeping things tight.
Yeah, the batting card for Jamaica is trying to repair the damage now. Tiandra Morgan went without scoring. Kristen Sutherland, she's not out on 12. Judine Ebanks went for 4. Adanya Boer for 2. And the captain, Abigail Bryce, for 3. Monica Reid has come out in the middle. And the wickets falling with first one with no runs on the board. And 2 for 6 in the 4th over. 3 for 8 in the 6th over. And the captain, Bryce, falling after building a bit of a partnership and got the score to 26. The 4th wicket fell in the 12th over. As we see Charlene Tate, the assistant coach, or is it the physio, just having a word with Collymore, the wicket keeper. We saw a delivery from Nijani Cumberbatch when she went around the wicket, just beating the bat, as well as she didn't take it cleanly, but it came up, it bounced on her, perhaps off the glove or off the pad, and just wondering if she was struck in the face area, and the physio just coming out to have a check on her with the concussion protocols in place. And that one just rising up, hitting her perhaps under the helmet. As we see, is it Dr. Angeli Boyce? They're just indicating she was struck under the chin, but all is okay now.
I mean, and that is so important because the game has evolved in such a manner that once there's interference with the players who have been injured, they got to be checked out as soon as possible. So we see Myers once more continuing the attack, and she's bowling to Sutherland there. After that short delay, a couple of minutes, and we are back to the action on centre field. This one is down the leg, says from Myers. But Sutherland attempted a sweep shot, didn't make contact. It went through to the keeper. Keeper didn't take all that cleanly, but
have a look at this arm action here, Astil. Just tell me what you think of this. Is this a change up or what? Was that a back of the arm?
It looked like it. It looked like it was a change of action. A change. Yes. Yes. So like she.
Well, that's an interesting delivery to say the least there from the Captain Myers. It's a new delivery, another chink in her armory there. Just as she's indicating there that she just flicked that one out and it came off the inside edge and went for a single to square leg. And very interesting here from Tiani Herbert Myers.
Oh yes, indeed. And I thought had it been a little more directed onto the stumps, we would have seen the effect in which she wanted. But we have to look at that a little more closely to make sure that is another.
Is it the douche she
I was
flicking out
about
the front of the hand, Asta?
I was about to say she has been practicing the douchra, or let's see what that's. This one is from. She's around the wicket now and bowling to. She's bowling to who's the batter there? Reed. Yes, for a moment my mind went on Bo, but this is Reed. Bo is back in the pavilion as Myers is bowling around the wicket to Reed, and Reed is up to the task. She's right behind the Swan.
And Myers was very impressive last year with her off spinners, and she seems to have introduced a new weapon in her armory.
This one is right up there, and Reed went for a big sweep slug, you could say, went for a big hit. They didn't make contact. It went through to the keeper, and I don't know exactly what she was attempting to do there, because it was a good delivery, straight up, and but she was maybe attempting to go over the top to clear the field person, but I don't think that was the delivery. That type of delivery deserved that type of treatment.
Well, it certainly is testing bowling out there in the middle, and Jamaicans are trying to build a partnership. 31 for 4. Monica Reed is on 2, and Kirsten, the opener, Sutherland, is on 13 off of 43 deliveries. So she is sticking it out, and she was attacked by the opening bowler Nia Wood, wicket to wicket, and she got a couple of runs down the leg side, 6 of them, in fact, 1 boundary. And her total now on 13, so she's looking to try, as she acclimatizes herself to the conditions, to try and push on here now.
Oh, yes, indeed. And this one is down the leg side from Ajani Kamabach. And it's coming all the way down to the fence, but it's good stuff. Oh, it has hit the ropes, did it? Let's see what the umpire will decide upon. That one down the leg side. Reed.
Yeah, umpire Rajkumar will not have the benefit of this replay, still.
No,
we will have another look at it. It got very close to the boundary.
I thought maybe it went into the boundary, but let's see.
Yeah, back live here and just making the adjustment. Kamabach, wide outside yours. Have a look at it here. It got very close to the boundary. McAllister was after it. An excellent bit of running, chasing it down. Does she get there in the end? Pulling it back. And that's excellent work there from Zoe McAllister. Quite well done indeed.
Yes, he shows a lot of determination and a fight indeed. That's what they want you want on a cricket field. You want your fieldsmen to go blood and sand, to go all out, just to save a single, and she did exactly that. McAllister, very good indeed.
Yeah, that bit of work matched only by our cameraman's work there, Kadeem McGregor.
Oh, I see. Excellent work by Mr. McGregor indeed. And this one from Kamabach, right up there.
As well, Mr. Jason Passad, Mr. Jason Satyam Cristiano Passad. Our producer here today.
Good delivery there. It went between the batter and the stump. It popped over the stump. It could have gone into the stump and hit the ground and popped over the stump. But the batters went through for a very quick single because it beat the keeper and all too. And so one more added to the total. The score is 35 for 4, and we end the 16th over.
A very interesting cricket taking place out there in the middle. The batters are looking for everything they can get and counteracting it. Najani Kamabach decides to come around the wicket now.
Oh.
Reed just pulls out. She wasn't quite ready. And just a bit of a change in the field, prompting Reed to just pull out. The deep mid wicket has come in a fraction off the rope, and it's the only fielder out in the deep for Kamabach. So 4 runs in the over so far. Yeah, and she's sweeping out to that. Yeah. It's going to go for 4.
Indeed. Lovely shot from Reed. That one was just on Midland leg. She came forward and played a beautiful sweep shot. Let's have a second look at that from a monitor. Lovely shot indeed. It was right there for the taking. And Reed made no mistake. She capitalized on this and put it over the ropes on the leg side.
Yeah.
So lovely shot indeed, Billy.
Just pausing there as Kamabach changed to around the wicket. And Reed wanted to get a perfect picture in her mind where the fielders were in the deep and placed it perfectly past Headley at backward square. The deep mid wicket could not get around and enough power on it to get to the boundary for 4.
There, the other delivery there, the right up there, Reed coming forward. That's when they maybe hit the pad first and then maybe went onto the bat. There were some inquiries there made from Kamabach. Let's have a second look. Yes, Kamabach is inquiring from the umpire. She asked a question or two. The umpire said not out, and he walked away. So the score remains on 39 for 4 at the end of the 16th over. So Barbados continue to hold a strike, to have a tight hold on this game, and Jamaica, they are trying their best to wiggle out of it. But this is what they call cricket. Intense cricket, tight cricket, good cricket indeed, Billy. I love to see this kind of cricket.
A loud appeal there from almost everyone on the offside, including the first slip. Asabi Calendar went down on her knees with that appeal, just wondering if it struck the back leg, and hence the vociferous appeal. But the umpire probably just pitching outside leg stump with the off spin coming back into the left-hander, even though it struck the back leg if it pitched outside leg stump.
Oh, yes. Once it hit pitch outside leg, and the angle in which the Kamabach was coming from around the wicket, once it is pitched outside the leg stump and it coming back, it has to be ruled not out, because you must be hit between wicket and wicket when it comes to the spin bowler. So I think umpire Rajkumar was perfectly right in his call for a not out. Myers continues her bowling spell, and she will be bowling to the right-handed Sutherland. This one is down the leg side indeed, and Sutherland swing this one around. It will go into the fence. Yes, it does now. And
that's a good-looking sweet shot there from Sutherland, and we saw a plan of attack, wicket to wicket from the medium pace bowler at the start of the innings. But anything that has been on her pads, she has looked really good, and now puts that one away for 4. So she is building from that 13. She's quickly now on to 20. And the second boundary for her, Sutherland, the wicketkeeper opening batsman in this Jamaican lineup, 43 for 3 in 16.2 overs.
Yes, Myers once more, and it is turning out to be a very good 2 overs for the Jamaicans. Reed hit a lovely 4, and now Sutherland has struck under the boundary. So they are breathing a little easier now, a little easier, not all that clearly, but a little easier. The runs are coming, not at a quick pace, but they are finding the boundaries now and then. Up there again, Myers is to Sutherland, and Sutherland is just coming forward. She's not right forward, but halfway forward, and pushing this one to the extra cover fields person, and there is no run.
There's a very important partnership here now as they are into the middle order of the Jamaican lineup, the Barbadians.
This one from Myers right up there. Sutherland is watching. She's very watchful indeed. And this is a crucial partnership. Well, from here until the end of the innings will be very crucial indeed, because whatever the Jamaican total finish off to be, then that will be set. That is the total in which the Bajan will be going after. This one is down the leg side. Sutherland's played the sweep shot, but there's no run. End of the over. End of the 17th over, 43 for 4.
Yeah, she would have been disappointed with that last delivery there. It was there to be hit, angled down the leg side. There is no long, I beg your pardon, there is no long leg or no deep backward square. There's just a square leg. So had she gotten it to either side of her, it would have been more runs. She would have been disappointed with that delivery, not being able to put it away and try and get them to this 50-run mark for the innings. Sutherland on 20 over 53 deliveries.
Exactly. I thought Sutherland would have been a bit disappointed there, because that ball was there to be taken, there to be hit, but she missed out. But that's how the game unfolds sometimes. And as we see, the sun is not with us. I'm looking to give it is a bit on the hazy side now, as the left-handed Monica, she takes up the attack from Kamabash. Kamabash is the one who is continuing. She has returned to be bowling over the wicket. Outside the off stump, and Kamabash there, and I Readers have played a big drive, misses, and they went through to the keeper, no run. And then down the leg side again, and this one she's out. Reed played the cut shot, played the sweep shot, and straight into the hands of the. You can see that there was a plan there to put it there for her. She went for it, and it went straight into the hands of the fielder. So Barbados have struck once more. They have removed their 5th wicket, and the Jamaicans, they slip into some deeper trouble.
Well, in the last over, she played that sweep shot off of Kamabash. Kamabash was around the wicket to her, and it was a little bit fuller, the delivery, that she got past Headley and went into the boundary for 4. On this occasion, Kamabash is back over the wicket, and if we have a close look at it here, this ball grips and turns, and there's bounce on it as well. So she's getting down with the spin and fetching it almost from middle and off stump. And the amount of bounce Kamabash got with that delivery, it came off the upper portion of the bat. So it went in the air directly to Headley and either side of her, and it would have perhaps gone into the boundary for 4. But with the bounce, hit in the air and straight into the direction of Headley. And a bit of a miscalculation there from Reed in terms of the bounce. It was the right idea because it would have been pitching on or around her leg stump or so. So she's trying to work it into the onside for some runs, but defeated by the bounce. And she's lost her wicket now and gone for 6.
Yes, you got it right, Billy. I mean, she was defeated by the bounce because it turned a little, but the bounce is really what undid her there, because she played the right shot, but just the ball came up a little more than she expected, and she put it straight into the hands of the fielder. This one there, the new batter is Guthrie there, Ashanti Guthrie, and that one was pitched on the leg stump. It went through to the keeper. The keeper didn't take cleanly, but it didn't cause any disturbance to the total. Outside the off stump there from Kamabash. Big shot there by Guthrie. No run through to the keeper, Collymore. So Kamabash continued to bowl well. Outside the off stump, some delivery. She's getting some bounce there, and some turn. So the wicket has something in it for maybe the Bajans saw it, and that's why they decided to have a first bowl on it. This one is a good hit indeed from Guthrie. She came forward, picked up the off break, and they swing with it. Just help it along over mid wicket, deep square there, you can say, for 4 runs. So it's 4 runs to the total. Good shot indeed. It was a well calculated shot indeed. She took her chances and it came off.
Yeah, very impressive shot there from Guthrie to get off the mark, spanking that one away for 4 from Kamabash. And we saw a little bit of bounce in that delivery as well, but the ball was right there for that particular shot. And she managed the bounce quite well to work it away from the fielder at deep square leg.
That one was right up there now. Better delivery from Kamabash, and you can see on the boundary they have made the adjustment. Instead of having the long legs come in, she has stayed out a little. And that's the end of the over. As we see here, the score remains on 48 for 5. Jamaica having been sent into a first strike. They are fighting their way out of the tight hole in which they found themselves in. And the Bajans, they are applying the pressure.
Yeah, wicket in that over on a boundary as well. And what was shaping up to be a promising partnership between Reed and Sutherland. 17 runs in that partnership, and they were inching closer to that 50-run mark, and they would have certainly wanted to get to that 50 without losing another wicket. It was not to be. Kamabash getting that wicket, caught at backward square. Good catch by Headley at backward square, and a second wicket to Kamabash. She now has 2 for 16 in her 5 overs with 25 dot balls. So 18 overs gone. Just past the halfway point in the innings in terms of overs, and we are going to see a bowling change And it is going to be the left-arm spin of Sabrielle Headley, who just took that catch in the last over. She's into the attack.
Oh yes, she's the one who has replaced Myers. So let's see what the lefty Headley will do. She's up against Sabrina Sutherland. Outside the off top, not a well-directed delivery, just a loosener, and it was called a wide by umpire Laborde there. It was outside the off top, and it kept a bit low, and the umpire didn't hesitate at all to call it a wide.
I'm just having a look in the distance there. Still, there are some dark clouds approaching us, and it's going to be very interesting. The reason opting to bowl first might come to fruition.
Just might, dear. Short delivery. This one is turning away, and it looks like Sutherland didn't read it right. She went on the back foot and just had to stick the bat out to make sure that it didn't come back in to do any damage. But Headley is still searching for the right length and line. Better delivery indeed. This one is a better line, a better length, forcing the batter to come forward indeed.
.49 for 5, the wide, inching us closer to 50 runs. It's the third umpire. This one's pulled away out of vacant deep mid-wicket and will run into the boundary for 4. The 50 will come up as still 54 for 5.
I think the Jamaicans will be very relieved indeed to go past the 50. And what a way to get to that 50. A good shot indeed. It was short, it was asking for it. It was short from Headley. Headley brought it up there. And there you can see on our monitors there, you can see the clouds in which Billy was talking about. It's coming, it's right overhead. And they might just have the result in which they are standing there to do. But let's hope that it will be blown away and we can have cricket for the entire day indeed.
Well, that boundary was hit away in the direction of the third umpire, Mr. Nadeem Wazim Ali, who is across there by the ground staff next to the covers, as Mr. Ramnath Prasad is getting his troops. And again, it's hit in that direction, across to the umpire, and it's going to go into the boundary for 4.
So good over indeed. I mean, the change bringing on Headley has brought on has quickened the run rate indeed. 2 boundaries in this over, and the Jamaicans will welcome that. 2 nice shots indeed from Sutherland.
Well, McAllister is not all the way out on the boundary edge. She is retreating now right to the ropes, and had she been on the ropes, might have a better chance at cutting that one off. But it was hit in the direction, as I was saying, with the third umpire and the ground staff there, who was starting to mobilize as it gets a touch darker here at the Sir Frank Worrell ground.
Oh yes, indeed, and the introduction of Headley meant that the run rate have quickened a little. The Jamaicans have struck 2 boundaries from this over, and they will be they will welcome that change because Headley seemed to be still searching to find that length and line. It's the end of the over, but ironically, as we say that, the end of the over, we see that the sun is coming, is trying to peep through, and umpire Laborde, she's standing there looking at maybe her counters to see what's happening, but the sun is out and we are having these clouds, so it's a kind of a mixed result here. You are unable to read what is really happening, but we know what's happening in the middle. We know that Jamaica are on 57 for 5 and they are fighting all the way to stay alive in this contest.
Yeah, and in anticipation of that run scoring and the run rate just increasing to 3 runs and over, Erin Dean is brought back into the attack, the off spinner. And Kristen Sutherland, she is now on 28. 57 for 5 after 19 overs. So a bit of acceleration here in the innings, perhaps prompted by the change in the weather. Looking to accelerate a bit.
Good delivery there. Good one. This is bringing the batter right forward. As we see, that's is that Erin Dean?
Yep.
Yeah, Dean has been brought back into the attack, and has gone fit once more. It's a big hit again. It's caught in the deep.
Yeah, and
as Dean came in and she picked up the wicket.
yeah, with the weather closing in on us here, I just wonder if there was a change in the mindset of the Jamaican batters, if they wanted to try and score or increase the run rate, increase the scoring rate in anticipation that the rains might come, and that they wanted to have as much runs on the board if we do get an interruption with the weather. And Ashanti Guthrie there trying to go aerial, hits it but can only get it down to mid-on, and an easy wicket there falls. So 6 wickets down there now, trying to accelerate, and Guthrie has lost her wicket. 57 for 6.
And this happens when the weather comes in, because where the Duckwood Lewis system will come into play, and the batsmen, the batters, they'll be also thinking that we need to really put some more runs on the board, and that could have been her downfall.
Yeah, Myers are still counter-punching, deciding to bring on one of her main weapons, Erin Dean, and immediately impacting this run rate with another wicket to her. She has 3 for 5.
Excellent bowling indeed from the very experienced Erin Dean. She was in Malaysia with the West Indies under 19 team one day. And the new batsman is Brianna Plummer. Brianna, the southpaw, she turned this one around. This one was on the leg stump. She turned it around, and they're going for a quick for 2 runs there. The first one, they ran very hard, and the second one, they came back and they hustled through. So Brianna Plummer, she is off the mark. She's a lefty also. And that one was turned around for 2 runs. So the score moves on to 59 for 6 at the start of the 20th over. Dean is very experienced indeed, and her bowling and her figures is reflecting the type of player she is. A very key member of this Barbados team. Good delivery indeed. She's bowling all around the wicket. The ball is coming into the left-handed batter, the left-handed Plummer. She's bowling around the wicket, so the angle is a much more difficult one for Plummer. She comes in again, bowls, and outside the off-stump, that one straightened up, went straight through. Went straight through to the keeper, Collymore, and Collymore took it well. No run. So you can see Dean is really thinking. And this one popped up again as Dean came in. Plummer came forward, played an up-ish drive. It could have gone anywhere had she hit it with some power, but it didn't, and they went through for a single. So the score pushed on to 60 for 6. In we are in the 20th over.
Just one delivery. Dean still has the ball in her hand.
Oh yes, and I see that she has her right hand up. Maybe she's telling her skipper or the wicketkeeper what she's gonna do now. Reed is the one taking strike.
Sutherland
is the one taking strike. Reed was just out a while ago.
Yeah,
Sorry about that.
Plummer getting off the mark.
Yes.
And Nijani Comerbatch who took the catch, and that did that excellent bit of fielding as well. That one was punched up in the air from Plummer, and doing the chasing around. 60 for 6. And just checking the umpires with the scorers if it in fact, as Mr. Nadeem Wazim Ali just races across to Mr. Rudy Ramisadia just to confirm with the scorers if it's in fact the end of the over. So just a slight delay. So radioing across, and it is in fact, last still you were right, it was the end of the over. 3 for 8, Erin Dean, and bringing her back by Myers into the attack to stem that flow of runs and show of aggression, and she's picked up a wicket.
Yes, indeed. As the Bajans, they're moving to their positions. We are feeling a heavy wind, a breeze
nice
coming across the ground.
Breeze, that's still.
Yes.
Nice cooling breeze from the heat we had early on.
Oh, yes, we had a lot of heat in through.
So we don't mind it once it doesn't bring any rain.
Very much so. And I think the Jamaicans, they were under more heat than us. They were feeling the heat because they were in a tight headlock indeed and trying to wiggle out of it.
So Headley will continue after conceding a couple boundaries in her last over. One over from her, 9 runs.
2 boundaries. That was a welcome sight indeed. And you can see the mist on the mountain there. Is it mist or smoke?
It might be a combination.
A combination of both, but it seemed to me like somebody's is setting the fire somewhere down there. Headley once more, and that is a loud appeal.
Well, that's a good shot, Astley. Not out, says umpire Candice Laborde. Perhaps gripping and turning, angling down the leg side from the left-handed Headley. Look at it here again.
Yes.
Striking onto the pad, or did she get an inside edge?
It seemed like an inside edge because the keeper wasn't too keen. She went after the ball instead of going up with the appeal. This one is down the leg side from Headley.
It's a very short, fine leg. The Kyra Collymore for the left-handed batter. Plummer is at that short, fine leg position. 2 fielders out in the deep in this over for Headley. Yeah, that one angling. So the 2 fielders set in the deep are deep mid-wicket and deep backward square for the left-handed Headley, turning into the left-hander Brianna Plummer.
Yes, so they have good protection on the boundary for the bowler. This is a welcome thing. As up in the air here, and this could be out. It could be out. Someone settled on it, and it went down. I thought she took it.
Or is it Braffett there, Ebony Braffett? And yeah, she's just questioning. She's having a conversation. Is it with the umpire? I'm not sure, but the catch was put down. She was unsure. In fact, is it Calendar there?
Let's see in our replay. Up in the air, high up in the air.
It is Calendar.
Calendar went for it, and she spilled it. He dropped it. It was there. It stood up quite a while in the air, but Calendar, she settled on that. Maybe she misjudged it, and maybe she thought some other fieldsman was going for it. But we have the third official is walking around the ground once more. He has his umbrella in his hands. But another wicket goes down. Let's see what happens in this one here. While we were talking here, easily there, Headley.
They're just clipping the top of the bail there from Headley. A good comeback from her. She got some punishment in the last over with a couple boundaries, but coming back quite well after that catch being put down. And an excellent delivery, pitching just on or about the off stump and getting sufficient turn to penetrate between bat and pad and just picking the top of the bail.
Very good delivery indeed. Just hitting just clipping the bail, the top of the bail there. Quite unfortunate for the bats. For Plummer, quite unfortunate. She may deem herself to be very unlucky indeed because that one went between bat and pad and it just touched the top of the bail and to remove it. So she's back in the pavilion, and coming in to join Sutherland is Anisha Miller. Miller is the new batter at the crease. The score is now 61 for 7, and we're in the 21st over.
Yeah, the ground staff is at the ready. They do have the covers in their hands. Umpire Nadeem Wazim Ali is across there supervising things. We do not have any rain with us at the moment. It is dark and gloomy, and 7 wickets down for Jamaica with just 61 runs on the board. A little bit dark and gloomy there. Back in the hut with a few of the batters being dismissed cheaply. But Sutherland is still there. She's on 28. Trying to shepherd this innings through.
Yes, she has played quite well indeed. As Headley, she's bowling to Sutherland.
Miller is on strike there. She has to stay with Sutherland out there.
Oh yes, Sutherland is the one at the non-strikers end.
Just one delivery to come in the over, and Sutherland will want her just to keep this one out.
Good delivery from Headley, just pitching on middle stump and leaving the batter.
So just one batter into double figures in this batting card. Sutherland on 28. And Tiandra Morgan went without scoring. Jadine Ebanks one down. Went for 4. Adania Boer for 2. Abigail Bryce, the captain, for 3. Monica Reed for 6. Ashanti Guthrie for 4. And the last wicket falling, Brianna Plummer for 3. So to get to this 35 overs with 21 gone, as it's starting to just drizzle a bit here at the Sir Frank Worrell Ground in St. Augustine as Dean comes back into the attack.
That one was outside the off stump there from Dean, and shoulder hands by the very, very plucky and steady Sutherland. She had been carrying this attack single-handedly. This one was on the leg side and swing around there by Sutherland. Good attempt by the Feeser on the boundary, but didn't stop it, and it went into the ropes for 4 runs.
The Bowman, who's having a good day in the field at deep backward square, chasing around after that one got through the hands of McAllister at square leg, backward square leg. Chasing around there, Bowman tried to get a hand on it, desperate dive in the end. Unfortunately, she couldn't get enough of a hand to haul it back into play, backing up in the field.
4 more runs there, 4 welcome runs for the Jamaicans. And Sutherland, who had been carrying this innings almost single-handedly on her shoulders, where she's soldiering on. Add 4 more to her total. Good delivery right up there, full pitch, but Sutherland came right forward and slapped it back past the bowler,
yes,
but there's no run.
Yeah, still she has almost half of the runs in this total of 66.
Good delivery from Dean once more, and Sutherland is right up there to the task. The umpire signals a no ball. I see the right hand was sticked out. I'm not seeing if there'd be a free hit. No, I don't know why.
I think he was just pointing to the covers.
Oh, maybe. It's down the leg side, and missed by Sutherland, missed by the keeper, and there is a single added to the total as the batters go through for that.
And the ball following McAllister around in the field a bit. In this game, she's been selected to replace Zania Bryce, the opening batter in this squad.
And you talk about the ball falling around. That happens a lot in cricket. Anytime that you seem to be, you are feeling anywhere the balls seem to be coming your way. Once you need to make a stop or two, the ball sometimes comes your way quite frequently, and you wonder sometimes what's happening. Well, that's the end of the over. The end of the 22nd over. The score moves on to stays on 67 for 7. Jamaica having been sent into a first strike by the Barbadian here at the Sir Frank Worrell Ground in UWI St. Augustine.
So Headley is going to continue. There's still a little bit of a very slight drizzle. The ground staff is at the ready, but the umpires are doing quite well to keep the game going despite of the intermittent drizzle that we've been having, because they're going to try to keep the players out there for as long as possible to try and get to that 35 over mark and not have a significant rain interruption.
But once more, Headley, the left-handed Headley, bowls there right up there indeed. That one popped, and there's no run.
So Headley didn't get too much to bowl last year in the tournament. So given a nice bowling opportunity here with the score on 67 for 7. A nice good long spell.
Good delivery again outside the off stump. That Sutherland, she went back trying to force the pace. It didn't make contact. Headley asked a question or two. The ball went through to the keeper, and the umpire was unmoved.
Oh, that's a peach of a delivery.
Good delivery indeed. Right up there. And it went through the gate. Through the gate indeed, and bowled down. Jamaica lost their 8th wicket. As we see Headley, let's look at the replay here.
And Headley just rewarding her captain there with the strike. And the top scorer of the innings has got to go, Kirsten Sutherland. And she's going for 32. And, in the last game, still, we made mention of it that as the wicket fell, the covers came on. And on this occasion here, again, as the wicket has fallen, the covers are coming onto the field. The ground staff is racing on as we have another look at that dismissal going under the bat. Generous flight, and beaten with the flight there was Sutherland. And an excellent innings from her, Comston in 32 off of 67 deliveries. She struck 5 fours in that innings. And the total now on 67 for 8, 13 extras in the innings. And unfortunately, the rains have brought a halt to play here, as it's coming down quite heavy now here still.
Oh yes, indeed, and this we might have a longer interruption that we may have liked, or the players will have liked, and the officials. About the rain is coming down here, but early this morning there was some prediction that the rains might come earlier, but it came at this time. It's now 11:30, and only 20. We are in the 23rd over of this innings. 67 for 8. Jamaica having been sent in to have first strike, Billy. So we are the officials out there supervising. The cover has been brought on, so there is an interruption. A big, it might be for a while, and you can see the groundsmen are bringing the covers on very, very, very efficient indeed, and they're making sure that every area is being covered.
As we have a wonderful view here. That is not of the weather. That is in Antigua, the yacht club. Have a look at some of those boats just anchored down there in the harbor.
Lovely shot indeed. You can see there's no better shot sometimes than when you have a taking a shot from above, looking at the sea and looking to see what there is to be seen.
Well, the anchor to this innings has gone. Christian Sutherland for 32, 8 wickets down, 67, 6-7 for 8. Interesting scorecard with 22.3 overs gone. Kamari Campbell is the next batter scheduled to come. The opening fast bowler for Jamaica. She is going to partner Anisha Miller, both yet to get off the mark. And with that wicket, Headley picks up her second wicket. 2 for 10 she has now. And the other bowlers, Nia Wood at the top of the innings, 1 for 12 in 4, 3 for 13 off of 6 of Erin Dean, coming back in her second spell and picking up a wicket. And Tiani Herbert Myers, 5 overs for her, none for 13. And Naijani Kamabach, who had 6 wickets in the last game, she has 2 for 16 off of 5. And as we mentioned, Sabriel Headley, 2 for 10 of 2.3. So with that break in play, perhaps we'll take a break here as well, and as soon as the covers comes off and the rains return, we will be right back. Welcome back here to St. Augustine with the good news that we are about to resume play. That interruption for rain, just about 30 minutes or so. And the two batters out in the middle there, the fall of the Sutherland wicket, the last ball before the rains came. Kimari Campbell yet to score on Anisha Miller, and 67 for 8. And news from the match referee, Mr. Hayden Bruce, there will be no deduction of overs, as we can have a bit of extended time, as Headley picks it up again. Just 3 deliveries in her third over before we went off for rain, as I welcome back Astel Wren to commentary.
Well, thank you so much, Billy. As we went off for rain, as you rightfully point out, we are back on play on centre field, and this is a very, very, very nice thing to see. It is nice to see that play has resumed, because sometimes when the rains come, all you see is just covers and the sign rain delay. But Headley is the one who has been having a good spell, a reasonably good spell. She came on and she had her moments where she was searching for Lincoln line, but she has picked up 2 wickets, 2 crucial wickets, and the left-hand spin of Headley, good delivery, right up there, and she is keeping a tight line. Jamaica, they have lost 8 wickets, and they are looking to really get to push to a reasonably good total, a fighting total. 67 isn't all that big a total indeed, and they'll be looking to extend that to a reasonably where they'll give their bowlers and their fielders a chance to really capitalize and to press home any advantage they may want to do.
Yes, that will very much be the focus in these remaining overs. And 12 overs to come, but just 2 wickets. And Kirsten Sutherland, top scoring, the only batter to get to double figures, 32 with 5 boundaries off of 67 deliveries, as Erin Dean with her 3 wickets comes back into the attack.
And this one, Erin Dean high up in the air. Big shot indeed. And that's a fall of the 9th wicket. It was short, it was there to be hit, but it was hit in the wrong direction by Miller. Is it Miller? Let's see. Yes, Miller. Miller went back she went back, didn't create the kind of room she wanted, but she hammered it high in the air, and she was caught on the long leg, on the long off of a boundary, you could say. The fieldsman coming across and took a comfortable catch. It is now 9 wickets down for 67. So Jamaica, they have lost their first wicket, you could say, after the water break, after the rain delay. After there was a break in the rain, they have lost their first wicket after that. So they slipped now to 67 for 9 in the 24th over. So they run a danger of not facing out their full 35 overs. But let's see, they are down to their final pair at the wicket. So Barbados continues to hold a tight grip on things. Dean tossed up there outside the off stump. And the new batter, there's Brown. The Venture Brown came forward, pushes forward, misses all completely, and Kamabash behind, Collymore behind the wicket, took it high up. So there's some bounce in this wicket, and there's some turn in this wicket. Dean once more. On the leg side, on the middle stump, Brown didn't make any attempt to play it. She just allowed it to come and run into her tie pad. And there's no run there. Score remains at 67 for 9. So we are close to the end of the Jamaican innings. Good delivery again from Dean. Dean had been bowling extremely well. She has picked up 4 wickets for 13 runs, and she's in her 7th over, if I'm reading it correctly here. So, good spell by this season's very experienced Dean indeed. Good delivery again. This one is tossed up, and Brown is showing that she is just defending and making sure that the ball does not goes into the wicket. down the leg side, and the umpire rightly and swiftly signal a wide as the ball eluded the batter, eluded the wicketkeeper and came down close to the boundary rope. They picked up 2 runs there, but it was a wide down the leg side from Dean. 70 for 9. Jamaica having been sent into a first strike. This one again outside the off stump there. Brown having a swipe at it, missed, and the keeper Collymore took up the bails in a flash. She looked at the umpire, asking very quietly indeed, but there was no damage, no amount of disturbance. So wicketkeeper, the umpire Laborde, Candice Laborde, she comes across to repair whatever damage Collymore did to the stumps, and we are still we are looking to this was the end of the over, you can say, as Laborde came across. Headley still has the ball, but she is the one who will resume the attack. Headley was having a good spell indeed. She came on, didn't start it all that well, all that confidently, but she settled in and is doing a fine job for Barbados and for her captain. The left-handed Headley, wearing the number 23. Good delivery again, right up there. Campbell just came forward. Kimari Campbell came forward and drive that one uppishly, and she is off the mark there also.
Yeah, 71 for 9, Headley. And the big wicket of Kirsten Sutherland, she picked up, has now 2 for 11. Her first over, she was struck for a couple boundaries, a couple sweep shots off of the bat of Sutherland. And it started to create some impetus in the innings. And Dean came back and picked up a wicket, and then Headley. It's a good delivery there. Headley herself picking up 2 now. And that last over from Dean, a catch, picking up a wicket off of her first delivery. Nigel Cumberbatch taking the catch there and just spoiling the over with a wide down the leg side that went for 2 runs. It would have been a wicket maiden.
Good delivery there from Headley again. She's attacking that off stump, that middle and off stump there. And Brown seemed to be quite at sea trying to pick it up there. But the left-handed Headley outside the off stump. Brown is again swiping at it, misses. It goes through to the wicketkeeper Collymore. So I think Headley is fancying her chances against Brown. Up again, this one she drove at it, hit the outside edge. It eluded. There's no slip. So it went down to the short third man, very short third man indeed, very short third man, and there's no run. Headley outside the off stump. Brown has a swipe at it again, misses, and Collymore didn't collect all that cleanly. I see that she's taking the time to go, that the wicketkeeper that is, she's taking the time to go back to behind the stumps. That one was just on about the leg stump or middle and leg, and Brown attempted a shot there, misses. It went into her pad, but there was no appeal from the bowler or the rest of the field's persons. So that's the end of the over. The score remains on 72 for 9, and we are at the end of the 25th over.
Yeah, Dave Brown coming in at number 11 in the batting order, and just struggling to get bat onto ball from that Headley over. And just one faint outside edge. There's no slip in place for her bowling, the left arm spinner. There has been a slip in place for all the 3 off spinners, Myers, Cumberbatch and Dean. So they're not employing the first slip for the left hand Headley to the right hand batters, which is interesting.
So we see the number 6, Naomi Cumberbatch. She's back in the attack. She has replaced Dean. She has had a good spell so far too. She has picked up 2 for 16 of her bowling spell. And she's coming back here. She's attempting to wrap up the innings here. Good delivery outside the off-top. A swipe there again.
Yeah, the two opening fast bowlers for Jamaica out in the middle with bat in hand are going to try to get a total they can bowl at. Just would want to try and bat as long as possible. No deductions in the overs, and including this over, 10 overs still to come. So if they can manage to squeeze out a few more runs, try to get to 80, bat in just phases of 5 runs or so.
And that is so important when you when there's so many overs to be bowled, where you can bat out as much overs as possible. It takes you to quite a respectable total. Then you fall way behind or what you are required to face. And the Jamaicans will be trying to get as close as possible to the 25 overs.
Yeah, most definitely are still. There's 17 extras in the innings, 13 of which are wides. And if you get a couple loose deliveries alongside any wide deliveries, and if you could just hang in there, and we've seen extras in this tournament so far get into the 30s at different games. One game 33, the Windward Islands conceding 21 in another game, and now in this game already 17 extras as the over comes down, and 73 for 9 after 26. And the longer you bat, you have the opportunities to just capitalize on a few loose deliveries.
Exactly.
As well as build a total with any other wides that may be delivered. Although there has been a few early on in the innings, but we're seeing the bowlers now with having bowled more than 4 and 5 overs, that we are seeing some extras, some wide deliveries being put down there. And if you can build that total, try to get to 80, 85, still could give the bowlers something to bowl at.
Yes, I think that is what the Jamaican bowlers will like to have, a total in which we give them a fighting chance, a chance at least where they can dismiss the opposition. Headley's back in the attack. This one is on the leg stump, swinged around there, and the batters, they go for a single. So they have added one more to the total.
Yeah, another ball just angling down the leg side, playing across the line, staying on the back foot. Are both Brown and Campbell. So anything that is fractionally short, if they get any bat onto it, Zoe McAllister has been very busy at that square leg position, backward square position, doing the bulk of the fielding in the last couple overs. And those types of deliveries, Aston, if you could just survive and wait for the loose deliveries to put away, and any wides or extras you pick up along the way, you might just be able to get a better total with this last wicket partnership.
Yes, and that's the key. Patience. You must be patient. You must be able to wait, as you mentioned. Wait on the bad deliveries. Very, very patient indeed. And don't take any chances. Don't take any big sort of risk. But be patient, as these two, the last pair of the wicket, they will need to be patient and need to keep it right there. This one is from Headley. Headley holds ahead as she went past the outside the edge there, but the ball hit maybe the top of the bat.
Yeah, I just was asking the question, Astil. There's no slip in place for the left arm spinner to the right hand batters. And for the second time, one's come off the outside edge. And now we see, yes, Asabi Calendar is going to go into that first slip position and adjust the fine leg. The short, a third rather, a bit squarer. And I think this is a better field.
Very much so, and the captain has plugged the hole. This one is popped up as Brown came forward there, played an up his drive. Didn't hit it all that hard, but it went agonizingly close to the field first.
And I would even suggest, Astil, playing a miss outside the off stump, an appeal by Collie Moore, the keeper, not out, says the umpire. And that third is just adjusted fractionally wider as the over comes to an end. 27 gone, 74 for 9. Just wonder as well, 9 wickets down, and the batters are more or less going across the line, trying to work it into the onside, and a couple for the left arm spinner off the edge. If you just want to bring that third into perhaps a gully position to try and prize out that final wicket, because she stood more or less in the line of first slip, just fractionally wider. So
correct.
Just, put in a more attacking position and try to bring the innings to a close
as quickly as possible.
9, yeah.
Yes, you rightly stated. I mean, to bring the innings to an end as quickly as possible by making that vital adjustment.
Oh, that's a desperate dive there from is it now Johnny Cumberbatch into the attack? Yes, now Johnny Cumberbatch and replacing Dean, is it?
Yes, yes, she has replaced Dean. And these two batters, their batters typical 9, 10 and 11. They're hitting across the line. Everything that is tossed up, they're going across the line.
Which for the right-hand batters and the off-spinner, we can say that they're playing with the turn. Anything that is fractionally short. And you want to get those horizontal bat shots for anything turning into you heading down the leg side. So it's a good tactic from the batters out there, and it's playing to their strengths. And anything outside of the off stump, look to defend and create some longevity in the innings.
Okay, that's right. And the longer they stay out there, they will be able to add to the total and to wear down the patience of the Barbadians. This one is there. The loud appeal by Ajani, and she's out. Leg before. That's the end of the innings.
Yeah,
Ajani.
Campbell, playing across the line there. So we have a look at it here again, and it was just that turn and that bounce, and just not sure where the impact was. And the umpire Rajkumar took a long time in adjudicating that it was going to be LBW, and you could see why, because we can't certainly make out where the impact was on the back foot, and there was a lot of turn and bounce as well as still for that delivery.
Oh yes, and umpire Rajkumar, well, he took his time about it to make sure that he got it right, and he got it right indeed where the finger went up. And let's have a look again to see what's happening there.
Yes, he would have to judge whether it was angling down the leg side, and he would have had to judge if that ball would have in fact struck leg stump or middle and leg, and how much of leg stump that it would have impacted. The umpire in the best position deciding that it was going to hit the stumps, and that fall of that wickets brings the end of the innings. So just as we were looking for them to push on and try to get to 80, it's not to be. And 74 all out in 27.3, 75 runs to win us.
Oh yes, well, let's see. I mean, runs on the board is runs on the board, as there's a saying that goes, and it's all up to the Bajans to go out and get to that total. Jamaica knows what has to be done. They know the task that is before them, so they got to do exactly what is required to restrict or bowl the opposition under that total.
Yeah, and with a cut-off time, with a cut-off time 12:13, the umpire, Rajkumar, just indicating to us that they will take lunch, although the innings was curtailed prematurely in the 28th over, so they aren't going to come out with a 10-minute break to bat. We are going to take lunch, in fact. Okay,
then, so that's the break of the innings. And as we see here, the ground staff, they are busily refreshing.
The light roller.
Yeah, and they're using the light roller down here. It is common to always use a light roller here down here at UWI, and they're refreshing the crease, making sure that they're getting ready for the start of the reply and the run chase. So, Billy, we'll take a break now. We take a break, and when we come back, we'll have the run chase by the Barbadians. Thank you.
Welcome back here to the Sir Frank World Memorial Ground in St. Augustine. And 75 runs is the target for Barbados under 19 women in this Rising Star Championship tournament. And out there in the middle are the new opening pair of Asabi Calendar. She is joined by the captain Tiani Herbert Myers. Asabi Calendar, no stranger to the top of the order, and she was just dropped down the order for the first 3 games, with Zania Bruce being in the lineup, but Bruce is out for this game, so Calendar returns to the top of the order. She's going to face Miller first up, the off spinner, as we get the Jamaican bowling attack on the way. And we start off with a dot ball. So Barbados needing 75 for victory, and a scorecard from Jamaica that saw Kirsten Sutherland, the wicketkeeper, top scoring with 32. I beg your pardon, 32 off of 67 deliveries. That was the highlight of the innings. 17 extras. And this one punched into the offside. Extra cover does excellent work. And one of the things that I was looking forward to in this matchup here, as I welcome back Astil Ren, is the energy in the field. You can feel the energy. The West Indies tagline from the Jamaicans in the outfield.
Yes, you can feel that energy, because I think the Jamaicans know it's now or never. They got to be sharp. They got to make the half chances, and they have to stop, and they have to put their bodies on the line to make sure that they stop everything that is coming their way, because this is do or die for them at this moment. And Miller has the bowler. Miller, she has started well. 3 good deliveries, right on target, right up there, bringing the batter forward. And they have decided that, as you rightfully point out, Billy, they have shown great enthusiasm so far, and they are really sharp and keen to defend this total.
Well, we're in the power play. The 2 fielders out in the deep for this opening over is a long one and a deep mid-wicket on the boundary. 2 right-hand batters out there in the middle. And immediately Miller starting with 2 fielders out in the deep. There is no first slip. So a 5-4 field. There's a short, fine leg. Deep mid-wicket, mid-wicket and long on the onside. And Abigail Bryce setting the example and the tone of the innings in the field for the Jamaicans. The captain, as the first over comes standing, are still and yet to get off the mark.
Yes, and indeed, and you can see the enthusiasm, the excitement among the Jamaican fielders. They're making sure they're running to their respective positions, making sure that they keep up that energy and they keep themselves alert, because they know they have a fight on their hand to defend their total. They are defending it. They just made 74, so that they will try to restrict the Bajans to less than that. But the Barbadians will have other ideas. Their 2 opening batsmen, Calendar and Myers, they will try to really deny the Jamaican attack. The score is 0 at this time. They have yet to open the account. But let's wait and see as the action unfolds before our very eyes. And starting the attack up here at this time is this is the medium. That look like Brown to me.
Yep.
That look as. Is it? I see the umpire.
Deja Brown. Yep.
Yeah. Deja Brown. She was there at the end. You see the wicketkeeper is very, very animated, making signs, and Brown will be the one entrusted to bowl the second over of this innings. They have started just as the Barbadians started. Pace, is she a medium pacer?
Yeah, medium pacer, right. I'm looking forward to seeing her bowl live. And she's quite a bit nippy, I would say. I'm looking forward to seeing just how fast, and she's also very accurate.
Good delivery indeed. You talk about accuracy, and she's right on target with this one. But you find that Myers is up there to the task. She's getting right across, and she punches this one to to cover. And the fields person out there was very, very, very on the alert and denied them any run.
Yeah, we got a taste of the energy in the field there from Bohr and Miller at point and extra cover, just running around doing the fielding. They're very much on their toes, the Jamaicans out there.
I think we are in for a very, very, very good encounter indeed, a very good battle, because the Jamaicans seem to be up to it. That delivery from Brown was outside the off stump. Myers went for the cut shot, misses, and they went through to the wicketkeeper. So there's no run. So Barbados, they are yet to open the account. And we are in the second over.
The 8 of the players returning in this lineup from last year, so a good experience in with some debutants.
Good delivery again from Brown, right outside the off stump again. Indeed, Myers came forward, beaten with pace. I think she played for a little more pace than she expected. She was there very, very early indeed, and the ball passed the outside edge, went through to the wicketkeeper.
Yeah, nice run up, still flowing movement, accelerating through the crease. Nice high arm action. Good follow through as well.
Very good delivery again from Brown. And that one was right up there. Myers came forward and pushes it straight back to the mid-on fieldsman. Mid-off fieldsman, and there's no run.
So Barbados' first 2 games, no result due to rain. So it's hit in the air just in front of Bohr at point, landing just in front of her. She does well to knock it down, trying to move forward to take the catch.
I think Bohr did extremely well, because had that ball gone past her, it would have hit the rope surely, because it was hit with some power. Myers came forward. She came forward. She played the drive, but she played it in the air. Very uppish indeed. But had that gone past Bohr, it would have opened the Bajans' account. But Bohr did extremely well. It wasn't a good, a well-played shot from Myers. She could have kept it on the ground, but I think she tried to open the blade there, and that was the outcome.
So Barbados just 1 win in their first 3 games. The first 2 no result, as I mentioned, and they sit second on the table.
So, go ahead, Billy. Sorry about that.
Yes, second on the table. So a point each from the no result and the 1 win. So they're looking to build on that. And a key encounter on Thursday against the Leeward Islands. This one dabbed down to third. There is protection out there at deep third. Brianna Plummer is out there. And if Barbados could either get a win in this game or on Thursday, they could very well be into the final on Saturday.
Yes, so indeed. And I think they're looking forward to they have their eyes on Saturday. But the Jamaicans, I think, as the Bajans haven't had so much time in the middle to play because of the interruptions of play during their matches, I think this can play into the hands of the Jamaicans, because they're yet to know exactly, to feel what it's like to chase down a winning total. Though this one seemed not a large one, but looking at the scores throughout the tournament, it hasn't been a high-scoring tournament.
Miller with a flighty delivery, full toss in fact. And as we did mention, the long on and deep mid wicket is in place for the bowling of Anisha Miller. Jamaica 2 wins and 1 no result due to rain. And at the top of the table currently. So all to play for.
Good delivery from it was a full toss. It was made into a full toss and tapped down to mid-on for a single. So as Barbados have gone to 2, they have pushed on their total to 2 without loss, and we are in the third over. Miller, not a tall person, but she is making use of all her height, and she's a finger spinner. Good take indeed. This one is tapped down there by Myers at who is facing up to Miller. Right up there again, and Myers just went back on the back foot and tapped this one through extra cover. Feasel make the save very neatly indeed, but on the return to the bowler, the ball went past her, and the batters were contemplating a single, which never came off. Good delivery right up there, and Myers came forward and played a half a half drive, you can say, not full-blooded drive, but she just came up and played well timed and pushes it straight to extra cover. No run. Good delivery one. You missed that stop on this one. Myers hit this one to leg. Through the mid-wicket region. It was short. She went back and she just turned the blade to get past the fielder at the mid-wicket region. She went across, and there's 2 more to the total. The sun is back with us here at the St. Augustine venue, at the Sir Frank World venue ground, and it is we are feeling the heat at this time. And I think the players out there will be feeling it also, because this is the top of the table clash between 2 of the top teams, Jamaica and Barbados.
At the end of the over as well, 3 runs on the board. And looking across at the other games, as we're speaking about the table and this top of the table clash, Trinidad and Tobago with their first win in the tournament, and their first 2 games, in fact, were 2 no results due to the inclement weather. And Windward Islands making 63. They were bowled out in 18.2 overs. And a top score from Delicia Francois in that game. And got to 12. Just 2 batters getting into double figures. I'll tell you, 6 ducks in that innings of 63 from the Windward Islands, and 5 wickets to Amrita Ramtahal, 5 for 16 and 3 for 11.
Yes. Good shot there indeed. It was short outside the off stump, and there Campbell indeed, the calendar played a lovely shot, a lovely square cut indeed. This one was short outside the off stump. Brown it wasn't a well directed delivery. It was short outside the off stump. It asked for it, and Calendar gave it a full treatment. Yeah. Lovely square cut indeed.
Calendar, who does not need a second invitation to put away wide deliveries like that. It's very much her strength. She's been sent back, returning to her opening slot, and that one cutting past point and cover point, and into the boundary for 4. It raced along with the pace of Deja Brown, and 5 without loss now.
So Brown comes in again.
That's a nice looking cover drive off the back foot, just pushed out the extra cover. Just looking back at that game, yeah, Zakira Harilal picked up 3 for 11, and 1 wicket for the captain Brianna Harry Charan, and 1 for Kanika Kassar, the Trinidad and Tobago team, getting to that total of 64 without losing a wicket. Well,
good delivery indeed. Good delivery from Brown outside the off stump, leaving the batsman somewhat. She went forward, played the drive and missed. And how that did not touch the edge there. Let's have a look at it again from the replay. Good delivery, good pace, good direction, and some sideway movement. And Calendar, well, she was beating all ends up, going for that big drive. And this one is short. As you get on the leg side, Calendar went and played a nice pull shot indeed. A pull sweep, you could call it, down to the backward square leg, a fielder down there, and they picked up 2 runs, or just a single, because I'm seeing Myers is at the striker's end.
The excellent work out in the deep by Judean Ebanks, and she stationed out at deep backward square and going down on one leg, Calendar pulling it around the corner, and excellent work in the deep.
Brown again, good delivery again from Brown on or above the off stump. Myers just come right forward and tap it straight to the mid on position, and there's no run.
10 without loss, 4 overs gone. And just looking back at that Trinidad and Tobago response, and Christina Nightpole at the top of the order, 32 off of 49 deliveries not out, and Amrita Ramtahal opening the batting, 19 off of 27 deliveries. So Trinidad and Tobago with their first victory, getting to that total of 64 in 12.2 overs. So I'm not sure if there's still bonus points for the teams, but a win for Trinidad and Tobago, their first one in 3 games.
Yes, we say congratulations to the host country. Good delivery from Miller. This one to Calendar. And it created some anxious moments for the fieldsmen. They were excited, and some anxiety to the batsman. Calendar is the one who's facing up to Miller. Down the leg side, the umpire showed instantly signal a wide as it went past the batter and the wicketkeeper to the third man position, who went around and retrieved the ball. So the Jamaican score, the Bajan score, moves on to 12 without loss. We end in the 5th over. Nice to see that Trinidad and Tobago picking up a victory here because they need to be in winners' row at some time, because we are the host country, and we need to do that at sometimes. We have some good little players, and seeing that we got it in style today without losing a wicket, the two openers made sure that the victory was achieved. Short from Miller, and this one Myers pulled it around. A bit of a misfield there in the mid-wicket position, which allows the batters to get a single, and Jamaica and Barbados total moves on to 13 without loss. Good shot indeed from Calendar. That one was short and coming into Calendar from Miller, and Calendar went back and played a lovely back foot drive, you could call it, between extra cover, and maybe between the mid-off position, and it raced away to the fence for 4. So that takes the total on to 12 without loss. Miller will resume battle to Calendar. Good hit indeed, straight back past the bowler. Could be another 4. The field's
the ball coming across from long on. This driven straight back down the ground, and really getting going here now is Asabi Calendar, warming to the task at the top of the order. Spanking shot down the ground, straight back down the ground, straight as an arrow, following up on a drive off the back foot through the covers. So she's looking quite comfortable out there. She's on 14 over 15 deliveries and 21 without loss.
Yes, and she isn't hanging around here. She's not liming around. She's making sure that she gets this total. She brings her team as closer to victory as possible. Played 2 nice shots indeed. The straight drive and the extra cover drive. You cannot see 2 better shots than these in cricket. So the score moves on to?
I was just looking at the score there still. It's not 5.1 overs. We've just completed the 5th over.
That's right.
The third over of Miller, in fact. And she was just taken to task a bit in that over. Now, it wasn't a bad over. She got some drift. She got a little bit of turn as well, pitching in the right areas. But Calendar up to the task, just manipulating the field, using the depth of the crease to get onto the back foot and then striding down. So good manipulation of the line and lengths from her.
And Brown will take up the attack from the Sports Centre end. And she's right up there. I think Jamaica this time with the score on 21, they'll be looking for a wicket now. Because if they don't get a wicket around maybe the next 2 overs, they could be in some trouble.
And it's exactly why Maya's more circumspect, just 5 off of 17 deliveries. As I say that, she pulls this one into the onside. Ebanks is out there, a deep square leg to do the fielding. But she is looking to bat through the innings, seeing that Calendar is going so well at the other end. She's just looking to partner with her, rotate the strike, give it to her, and not lose a wicket, most importantly, at the opposite end.
And that's what you need to do when you're chasing a total chasing any total. You need to bat in partnerships. You need to have the support of each other, and one has to hold, and one has to accelerate the scoring. Good shot indeed from Calendar. Was short outside the off top, and she gave it the treatment. She is really, really motoring along now. She has really stated her intentions clearly. She's not gonna be sticking around for anything that is loose. She's gonna put back the ball and she's gonna be playing her shots. That's the attitude you got to develop when you're chasing a total. And that is exactly what Calendar is doing.
It's quality batting from Asabi Calendar. You don't want to stray wide outside that off stump. And she is dispatching in very Dottin-like, as Jason Passado, our producer, is indicating, just smashing deliveries outside the off stump. But she's very prolific all around the ground, and she's showcasing her talent here, Asabi Calendar, for all to see. We've seen drives off the front foot, an on-drive down the ground, drives off the back foot, and 2 exquisite cut shots past point for 4.
She seems to be a very, very good player indeed, well organized, and she has that touch of being a good player. Brown once more, up to her, up to Calendar, and she just came right forward and taps it back to the bowler who made the stop. And Brown will need to do something special to get rid of her. If the Jamaicans can pick up the wicket of Calendar, I think that'll be a feather in their caps. But let's see what happens now as Brown comes in.
Well, that's a beauty of a delivery there. Still just pitching fractionally short of a length. She was on the back foot, Calendar, but misjudged the length of the delivery and just passed the outside edge through to the wicketkeeper Sutherland, and that's a beauty of a delivery. Tucked her up, didn't give her the room to try and manipulate the field again and push it into the gaps, and almost getting an outside edge.
Yes, that's the type of delivery when a batsman is in ultra attack, and Calendar is in that mode at this time. Lovely shot. She comes forward and drives again, and this one.
Yeah, boy, it is on the boundary, running around from a wideish third on the boundary all the way across the deep backward point and sticking a boot out and stopping that ball from going over the rope. The shot deserved 4. Onto the front foot was Calendar, stroking it out to deep cover point, and excellent work on the boundary there by Bohr.
Excellent work indeed. The Jamaicans with a never say die attitude. She made a lovely stop. We saw the umpire who didn't have the use of the replayers we have, and he was asking what went on there, but we saw it clearly that Bohr made an excellent stop. But Calendar, she's in ultra attacking mode now. Anything up to her, she's going to be driving, cutting, and pulling. I think the Jamaicans, they'll have to look at that, and they'll be very careful not to overpitch, not to be too short, and don't give her a chance to play to her strengths.
Miller will continue here. 15 runs she's conceded in 3 overs. And just look at Herbert Myers. She's not trying to be too attacking. She's looking to defend good deliveries and just looking to rotate the strike and hand it over to Calendar, who is really guns ablaze at the non-striker's end. She's on 20 off of 19 deliveries is Calendar.
Yes, indeed, and that's the type of a partnership you need to have going once you're in a run chase. You need to have one batsman who is really, really attacking, and one who understands the whole situation to be there to be the rock, the stabilizer in the innings, and that is the type of innings indeed Myers is playing at this time, while her partner Calendar is really guns are blazing.
Yes, just looking to time the ball and try and work the gaps here. She'd had a quite good tournament last year, Hubert Myers, and she's ascended into the opening position as well as the captaincy. So she's certainly leading from in front, as it's 28 without a loss in the 7th over.
Good delivery from Myers. Bristol is bringing from Miller, bringing Myers right forward there. She's very quiet indeed, circumspect, and very respectful. She is playing to their plan, because the plan has to be, I am the holder, and she's going to pass on anything to Calendar.
And gets the opportunity to rotate the strike now. They're looking for 2, but there is protection coming off the deep mid-wicket boundary, so just a 1. And Myers wouldn't mind that at all, just getting the single with that shot, because it does bring Calendar back onto strike. And now with the required runs dipping under 50, 47 needed, and a nice healthy current run rate of 4.31. Barbados are in the ascendancy.
Yes, indeed. That's Miller. Colin
that's a
on the
good
back
delivery.
foot there. You can see she's brimming with confidence there because she's really enjoying this knock. And she has gotten the pace of the wicket. She knows what she's doing. Her feet are moving very nicely indeed, and she has her eyes on what is happening. So she's really enjoying it. And this pair, if they're not careful, can take the Bajans over the line. Jamaica has to be very careful. The umpire is saying that's the rotation of the second power play or the end of the first one.
Yeah, the end of the first power play. 7 overs gone, 29 runs on the board. 20 off of 20 for Asabi Calendar and Tiani Herbert Myers. 7 not out off of 22 deliveries. So just celebrating the ascent or the return to the top of the order Calendar with 20 off of 20 and just jumping across in some time that we have now to that Guyana versus Leeward Islands game. Another crucial encounter. Guyana dismissed for 74 off of 23.2 deliveries, with Sienna Barcoy getting to 24 and Shawnette Belgrave 11. 27 extras in that innings, and the Leeward Islands yet to reply. That game underway at Diego Martin.
Oh yes, and we have a change of bowling here. We have Brianna Plummer. She the left-handed Brianna Plummer. They read it right. She's up against the Bajan captain. There, Myers, who is standing her ground and making sure that she be a part of this solid opening stance. On the leg side there, that Myers went for the flick shot, didn't make contact. It cannon into her pads, and there's no run. The wicketkeeper came and retrieved the ball and passed it back to the bowler, who is Plummer. Plummer again, the left-handed Plummer. Good delivery across. There's some inquiry there from the bowler, but the fielders are not too keen, including the wicketkeeper. And there's no move. The umpire is unmoved. And we see Myers is now moving down the wicket, or maybe Calendar calls her captain to have a word with her to tell her exactly, tell her what is happening to the left-handed Plummer. Plummer has switched from over the wicket to around the wicket. Right up there. Her length is good, her line is good, and Myers was up to the task. This one is tossed up, and Myers went for the big drive. Didn't get a full-blooded drive, but it went straight to mid-off, and there's no run. The sun has made its way back with us. A good sign that this game may go all the way to the finish line. Nice little tap there from Myers. This one's outside the off stump from Plummer, and Myers just tapped it there gently there, and there's no run. The end of the over. And the score remains on. Where are we now? Oh, they are 29-0. So Barbados has made a good start indeed, an excellent start, the kind of start that they were looking for, and they have gotten it. They have yet to lose a wicket. The opening pair looks very good, and I think there's the type of zeal and enthusiasm we saw at this by the Jamaicans at the start of the innings. I'm seeing that they are not all that enthused at this time because they are not as buoyant as they were at the start of the innings. But a wicket or two can bring back that spring in their steps.
Just bowling change here now. Miller coming off of the attack and conceding 16 runs. We just verify how many overs she has bowled. But it's going to be Kamari Campbell, also an opening fast bowler, medium fast. So she's going to replace the spinner Miller from the southern end. And umpire Candice Laborde just having a look at her white sleeves. And there was just a question, would she need to take them off with the white ball that we're bowling with? But she has them on. So she will pick up the attack now.
And that one is down the leg side. Opening delivery of a spell. It went down the leg side. And well, Campbell didn't start too well there, but let's see if she will rectify it. She definitely has to rectify it. Has pulled up the sleeve, or she has taken off the white part of the sleeves, on her right hand because she's right hand medium fast, bowling over the wicket, and she's bowling to Calendar. Good delivery right on the middle stump. Calendar is right back and across, and she defends, and there's no run. So the score remains on 30 without loss. K. Marie
Miller, how much overs?
is K. Marie Campbell is the one who is bowling at this time. Has some pace. Has a little bit of pace on the run up. Nice run up indeed. Good delivery right up there, and Calendar was up to the task. She comes right forward again and plays that one. Not looking for any run, but if the fielders are not on the alert, and if there's a fumble or misfield, then she'll go for it. But she's very, very respectful indeed. She's keeping it tight.
Yeah, I'm not sure if she preferred to bowl from this end, why she wasn't given the new ball, the experienced Kamari Campbell, but opting for Brown to start. This one hammered down the ground. It's going to go all the way for 4. Calendar, who is just building from strength to strength in this innings, driven straight back down the ground. A full toss from Campbell.
Lovely shot indeed. You can't see a better shot than that. It was right up there in the slot, and Calendar came forward, and she put that left foot out, and with a full swing of the bat, beat the fieldsman down here, and it hit the ropes all the way for 4 runs. So Calendar, she's an ultra. She's stepping on the accelerator now. Good delivery, a good comeback there from K. Marie Campbell. After being struck for a boundary, she came back with a semi yorker indeed, a good yorker.
I just wonder if that is the delivery she was searching for to try and pry out the wicket of Calendar, but overpitched on a full toss. But the experience of Campbell able to come back and execute a perfect yorker delivery. Well, not so perfect. A perfect one would take the wicket.
Correct, as Campbell again. Good one again over the top, and this one Calendar goes over the top again, beating the mid off fields person there. She thought for one moment she stood a chance maybe to take the catch, but it went all the way over her head, and Calendar has really she has threw down the gauntlet on this Jamaican attack. She's going after them now because it's now or never, and the Jamaicans are feeling the pressure at this time because the score motors on to 38 without loss, and we are in the 9th over.
Yeah, we're being treated to a masterclass here in opening batting, manipulating the field, using the depth of the crease, getting onto the front foot, stroking the ball through extra cover, now going over the top, and has prompted a field change now. So long off is in place as well as long on.
A good delivery from Campbell. It seemed to be going down leg. She inquires from the umpire. Umpire Candice Laborde is unmoved, and that's the end of the over.
It's a close shout here. Oh, that looks very close. Still,
it looked close, closer than I thought it was, but it was a good shout indeed, Billy. Good shout. And that's the end of the over. We are at the end of the 9th over. The score is now 38-4 without loss.
yeah, just past the halfway point in terms of how much runs is required. 37 needed now of 156, and a mixed bag there from Campbell in that over, but a couple excellent deliveries, but some good stroke play.
Indeed, and Jamaica, they badly need a wicket now because in the wicket here, and there we see Myers turning this one off her legs, tossed up there, and Myers just flicked it lovely there off her legs to bring up for 2 sweetly timed runs indeed. This takes it up to 40 without loss, and I think the Jamaicans, they be searching for a wicket. They need a wicket or 2 very, very quickly indeed, and they're urgently needing that wicket.
So Maya's just trying to wait for bad deliveries, put bad deliveries away, rotate the strike, and 30 deliveries. She's on 9, but it's a very important innings that she's playing here. She is defending good deliveries and handing the strike over to Calendar when she can.
Good one there from Plummer on the middle stump. Myers went back and trying to give herself some room to find that gap between cover and extra cover. She didn't hit it as hard, but it went slowly, and there's no run. Plummer once more.
They go heading down the leg side. Not out, says umpire Raj Kumar. And Plummer. It's a half shout. And looking for any. We have not seen Monica Reed being introduced just yet into the attack. 40 runs on the board, just defending 74. Another half shout. Is that a long look from umpire Rajkumar with that one? That one looked a little bit closer, but not out, says the umpire.
Yes, indeed. From where we are sitting here looking at it, it looked very close. And I for a moment, I thought umpire Rajkumar was having a long look before that finger goes up. But it was not to be.
Yeah, perhaps a more vociferous appeal might have swayed the umpire and deciding that it was not going to be given out. 10 overs gone, 40 without loss, and what an excellent start for Barbados.
Excellent start indeed. The Bajans, that's the type of start that they wanted. They were looking forward towards that start. They got it from the opening batters, and I think right now they'll be thinking, well, they can get over the line if anything go wrong with these two openers, and they have enough wickets in hand to take them over the line. The Jamaicans, on the other hand, they want a wicket or two very fast, and they need a wicket or two. They need one, and they need to remove Calendar. If they get the big fish in Calendar, then they may think that they stand a chance, but Calendar has been batting beautifully indeed. She has been timing the ball well and playing all the shots that once the ball is there to be played.
Well, I asked for Monica Reed, and we get Monica Reed.
So Monica Reed, the left-hander, is she left-handed? No, right-handed Reed. And Calendar rocks back on this one and hammers it again. Through extra cover for 4 runs. Lovely shot indeed. You cannot bowl to this batter, to this woman, to this batter short. It was outside the off-stump. It asked for it. She went back on the back foot, and typical West Indian drive, typical Barbadian drive, because the Barbadians love to play this shot, and this is the type of a delivery that needed it, and it hit the ropes in a flash. So the score moves on to 44, and Calendar is the one that is taking them closer and closer to this total. Billy.
Yeah, another change in the field with that shot from Calendar. Deep cover drops out onto the offside on the boundary, so one either side of the wicket, square of the wicket, and a long one in place. The fielder's out in the deep. This one just dying on her, not getting the type of bounce. Change of pace there by Monica Reed, and not allowing any pace on that delivery for Calendar to try and punch it. So slow was the delivery that she ended up, the bottom hand took over and just tugged it into the onside. And very much in form, because she could have pulled it in the air, but managed to stay in control. And she's on 32 still.
Good thinking from Reed indeed. The first delivery was a bit faster. The second one, she slowed it up somewhat, knowing that Calendar is in good nick. So she's held it a bit back, and Calendar had some difficulties in coping with it. So when it back again, and Calendar went back and played a big drive, but it went straight to the mid-off fields person, and there's no run.
So now Calendar, she can't afford, she's a bit dejected not getting the ball away, but she can't afford to get complacent here. She has to bat on. A good temperament there, respecting a good delivery there from Monica Reed. I just thought for a moment she was getting a little bit frustrated and not getting the ball away, but she has to stay focused to continue on in this innings for her team and not get frustrated out there in the middle. 44 without loss.
To this batter, she found the gap between the two fields, between the two fields person, and she got a boundary.
And not what the captain Abigail Bryce would have wanted, making that bowling change from Campbell to Reed. Inside out, over extra cover this time. A chase is on, and it just plugs in the outfield. They're going to come for 2. She didn't quite time it, but managed to get it over the infield. And Bryce, the captain, chased it down for a couple as the 50 comes up. After 11 overs, 50 without loss, 38 runs to Asabi Kalinda, as she's now the top scorer in this match with those last 2 shots.
Oh yes, indeed, and she is really showing the Jamaicans that what she's all about and what she wants to do, and she's playing her shots. Once the ball is up there to be played, she's going after them because she knows that there's wickets behind her, and she knows that they have set a solid foundation. So she has the freedom now to play her shots, and it's up to the Jamaicans to rope her in.
More circumspect is Myers as she punches it down the ground, just leaning into a full pitch delivery from Plummer. At first I thought she was just stroking it as she has done throughout the innings, but this time it was timed exquisitely and just to the left of the bowler and piercing the gap between her and the mid-off into the boundary for 4. So a welcome boundary for Herbert Myers.
And that's the type of result you get when you have a batsman at one end going guns, as how Calendar is going. The bowlers tend to sometimes lose their length in line, and you are the opposite and will benefit, as Myers did on that occasion. This delivery was well tossed up and well played and well fielded. No run. The score moves on to 54 without loss, and we are in the 12th over.
And with that, boundaries prompted a field change for Herbert Myers now. The mid-off has dropped to long off, so more protection out in the deep. And it... Oh, she put it straight in the hand. It was the full toss, and she put it straight in the hand of Abigail Bryce, who gladly accepts the catch. And Tiani Herbert Myers, her first shot in aggression, in an aggressive mode, a full toss. She's trying to put it away, a bad delivery, but picked out Bryce at extra cover, and it's the fall of the first wicket with the 50 coming up, 54 for 1 now, 11.2, and with that wicket there'll be a drinks break, but Barbados lose their first wicket still.
Oh yes, indeed, and I mean, what a way to go! A full toss, she could have put that anywhere, any part of the field, but she chose to pick out a field's person, and that is the end of her. Was playing well. She played an excellent supporting role indeed, and you can hear her teammates giving her that round of applause as she comes back to the pavilion. Played an excellent role in that opening partnership with Calendar. She could have put that anywhere indeed. It was a full toss, but it's so hard luck on her behalf.
The irony is still, she just stroked one down. She's been so circumspect, batting in a partnership here with Calendar, and she was quite well. She was playing very well in that partnership, understanding her role, the captain, and she stroked one down to long off for her first boundary of the innings. And her first loose delivery that she's trying to show some aggression and put away, and loses her wicket for 13. She faced 35 deliveries and was now looking to motor on as they passed the 50 mark. And unfortunately, with just 21 runs required, loses her wicket.
That is how cruel this game is, Billy. It can turn out to be a cruel game. Sometimes you have a bowler, he bowls well or she bowls well throughout the day, and there's no returns. And sometimes a bowler comes on board three full tosses and 3 wickets. So sometimes the game can be quite cruel indeed, and that is one of the occasions. A full toss, she could have put it anywhere, but she put it straight down the throat of a fieldsman, of a fieldsperson. So that's it. The score is 54 for the loss of their first wicket, but Barbados, they are still in control because they have 9 more wickets in hand, and joining a Calendar at the crease. Who's the new batsman? Number 16. That is number. Let's see. According to my.
Nigel Cumberbatch.
Nigel Cumberbatch. Number 16. Number 6.
Yeah.
Number 6. Yeah. Number 6.
Yeah, she's also been elevated this season in the batting order.
Oh yes.
Coming in 1 down, the off spinner, and 7 wickets in the tournament for her. So she'll be keen to do well and try to seal this victory here for Barbados. Brianna Plummer picking up a wicket. She has 1 for 6 as the coach is out there, Mr. Shane Brooks, with the Jamaican team. We'll take a short break here and resume after the drinks break. Yeah, and welcome back here after the drinks break. 54 for 1, the first wicket falling, that of the captain, Tiani Herbert Myers for 13 in the over of Brianna Plummer. Just about 3 deliveries to go in the over as the drinks was taken. And resuming here now, Johnny. And for Myers, after striking her first boundary of the innings, and a long off was put in place, it stays in place for Najani Kamabach and allows her to get off the mark off of the first delivery. 55 for 1 still.
Yes, 55 for 1, and you have coming on strike is the informed Calendar. And let's see how Plummer fares against Calendar, who's in good nick at this time. She comes right forward at this Calendar, and she pushes this down to the long off position for a comfortable single. That advances the total to 1 more. It is 56 for 1, and as Barbados gets closer to their winning target. Tossed up there, and Kamabash went on the back foot and played that a cut shot, but it went straight to the extra cover fields person, and there's no run. End of the over. The score is now 56 for 1.
Yeah, 12 overs gone. That wicket from Brianna Plummer, picking up the first wicket of the innings for Jamaica, and they would have welcomed that breakthrough, albeit with 50 runs on the board. But they're going to fight all the way down to the end here to try and make it as difficult as possible for the Bajan batters out there in the middle. But it has to be said, Asabi Calendar has not looked in any danger in this innings of 39 off of 33 deliveries.
Yeah, she looks very, very at ease at the wicket. She took her time because she came out at the start of the innings. She got the pace of the wicket. She got her feet moving and her eyes on the track. And now she has decided to really cut loose. And this one a big shot indeed from... It can go all the way. Is it a 6 or 4? Let's see. Is it 4 runs? Good shot indeed from Calendar. That one was just a bit short.
What a display here from Calendar. We saw her pull one in the previous over, short delivery from Monica Reed, and again starts the over with another short delivery, and Calendar just pulling that ferociously into the onside, just one bounce into the boundary rope to the vacant straight mid-wicket position, and the 4 runs. A change in the field now, or is it a change in just the personnel? As we're gonna see just trying to see from our vantage point, there is going to be a cow corner put in place on the onside. So a long on, a straight deep mid wicket, and a backward square on the boundary are the fielders deep on the onside, and on the offside there's a sweeper at cover. So just fine tuning the onside field as Calendar looks to take up strike again. 60 for 1.
So they're drawing closer to the target again. Reed short again, and Calendar rocks back and pull this one through mid-wicket. They attempted to go for the second, but Kamabash said no, and so Calendar stood her ground. And there's just a single added to the total. So 61 for 1, and we are in the 13th over.
The Guthrie, not for the first time, sliding across, making the stop. And just restricting the batters to 1. 61 for 1. We're in the 13th over. Just 14 required now. And the current run rate 4.95. So continuing on here, Calendar, despite having lost the wicket, Barbados. So she maintains her aggression. And it's been controlled aggression from the opening batter. She's looked well in control of anything the Jamaicans have tossed at her. Both the off-spin of Miller as well as the 2 seam bowlers Campbell and Brown, and now Reed being put to the sword a bit in the last couple deliveries or so, conceding 15 so far in 1.2 overs.
Oh yes, indeed. I think Calendar she has targeted Reed indeed. Anytime she's short or anytime she's outside the off-stump, she's going after her. And I think the Bajan plan has worked to perfection. And there isn't anything that's going wrong so far. And Calendar is the one who's heading that list.
Yeah, this time it's work for Bryce, and she knocks it down at a deepish mid-off. And that one forcing off the back foot that time was Calendar. And just the single Comebatch rather, for 1. Calendar back on strike, 62 for 1. And just saw for a moment there the captain Bryce just looking across to Shane Brooks, the coach, just asking him for prompting for bowling changes, just to get his opinion on what they should do next. In the air!
Over and over. There's 4 more.
Bryce there at mid-off. She wasn't all the way inside of the 30-yard, and she was a bit deepish at mid-off, but measured there from Calendar just over the head of the captain and into the boundary for 4. So making light work of this total here are the Bajan batters.
Exactly, it moves on to 66 for 1. Excellent shot indeed. She timed it. She measured the Jamaican captain who is feeling at mid-off. And she just tapped it over her head. She made a jump, a gallant attempt to take the catch, but it went overhead and went into the ropes for 4. Reed once more. She pulls off to this one. This one is short, and Calendar hammers this one through extra cover. It go all the way. The sweeper comes around and makes the stop, but there's 2 runs, and this could be Calendar's 50. I mean, I'm hearing all the noise here taking place. The Calendar raises a bat. What a 50 indeed. A well put together 50. Excellent innings indeed, and we had the privilege of witnessing that, Billy.
An absolutely brilliant innings here from Asabi Calendar. Back at the top of the order, replacing Zania Bruce. And she so loved it at the top of the order. She just put on a batting display here. A masterclass from the opener and 50 off of 37 deliveries. Playing a miss this time, trying to sweep it around the corner. She was disappointed that she missed out, and it missed the top of middle stump as well. And called through for the bye by Comebatch. But just trying to wind down from that 50 there, losing a bit of concentration. There was Calendar, her 50 coming up with 10 fours as she stroked it out. And they came for the second run, and the running was excellent as well to bring up her 50. And what a good knock indeed.
Excellent knock indeed. That's the type of innings indeed. Barbados needed a knock from her. They needed a knock from someone. And Calendar raised her hand and said, I am going to do it at this time. And she shared an excellent opening partnership with her captain. And she's just motoring along now. Anything that is loose, anything that is tossed up, she's going after it. And she gave us a batting display of all the shots. So an excellent inning indeed. The praises cannot be heaped on her more than what is being done at this time. Plummer once more to Calendar, and she just rocked back there and played a nicely timed stroke through the extra cover region for a single. She has all the time in the world. Her timing has been exquisite throughout this innings.
Yeah, you have to admire the technique as well. Shots off the front foot, nice high elbow off of the back foot, that cover drive, and looking quite good in this innings is Calendar. You're playing a miss here from Comebatch as that one, the left arm angled into leg stump. A play and a miss. It goes past the leg stump, past the wicketkeeper as well, Sutherland. And doing the cleaning up, running back is Tiandra Morgan as they come through for just a single. So inching closer to that total, 71 for 1, just a few more runs. Still, and it's all done and dusted.
Oh, yes, indeed. I saw the umpire, like he signaled by, because I saw his right hand raised. We'll see. There we see this one from Plummer there. Calendar went for the big booming drive, missed. And the bowler was very excited indeed. The keeper didn't take cleanly.
And the one thing that her teammates and her coach and manager will want her to do is to finish this game out and come not out. So we can say that she batted through the innings and saw it all the way home.
Exactly.
Paddle sweep, hesitation in the running, but the throw perhaps was at the wrong end. And Jamaica looking a bit deflated out there in the outfield as that one goes past the wicketkeeper. The throw from Brown at short, fine leg. And had an earlier call been made, there was an opportunity to throw at the non-striker's end as Calendar was hesitant in the running. She was called through from Comebatch.
It's Plummer to Comebatch, and she just comes right forward and plays this one with some power down to mid-off, and there's a single been taken there. As you rightfully point out, indeed, the return throw from Brown was a weak one, and it went at the wrong end. Had it gone to the bowler's end, then there could have been some trouble.
The field closing in now with just a couple of runs needed for victory. 73 for 1. Fielders being brought in to try and restrict that single. Pitched up and hammered, but good fielding in the deep there, as rather in the circle. Kamari Brown brought up from a long off to mid-off position, preventing that single that would have equaled the score. So we'll go into the 15th over, and that might just be critical as still, because if no bonus points are on offer here, net run rate becomes the second factor in determining who goes through to first and second place to take part in the finals on Saturday. So net run rate could be very critical, with teams suffering abandoned games and getting a point for no results, with Barbados, Jamaica and Leeward Islands just within touching distance of each other at first, second and third. Of course, Barbados plays the Leeward Islands on Thursday right here at UWI Spec. So that'll be a very keen battle for those teams searching for that number 1 and number 2 position.
Rightly point out there, Billy. I mean, this is so this encounter is a very crucial one. That one is high down the leg side.
A no ball signal by umpire Raj Kumar for height, which means the scores are now level. So Barbados can do nothing else but win this game. And 14 overs gone, and the scores should be equal with that no ball, which means just 1 run required for victory, Astle.
Well, yes. So Barbados are 1 run away from victory, and this one is slammed there by Calendar there to the mid-wicket area. They go through for 2, and that's the winning run there. Barbados are winners of this encounter. See the batters, they touch gloves, they embrace, and the fielders are very dejected as they walk towards each other, knowing that they were beaten by a very good innings indeed by Calendar.
Well, Barbados showing their strength from the last game. 119 runs they made all out. They managed to dismiss Guyana for 21, and today their bowling stood the test, again dismissing Jamaica for 74 runs. But their batting, it was the highlight of this innings. We saw an excellent innings from Kristen Sutherland, the wicketkeeper, at the top of the order for Jamaica, propelling them to 74 runs. But equal to the task, the opening batter for Barbados, Asabi Calendar, finishes not out on 52 off of just 43 deliveries, with a strike rate of a very impressive strike rate of 121, ably supported by her captain, Tiani Herbert Myers, who went for 13 off of 36 deliveries, but batted steadfastly with Calendar in that opening partnership. And Najani Kamabach coming in with the fall of the wicket of Myers, just hitting the winning runs there at the end of play. Just 6 extras in the innings, but victory for Barbados in 14.1 overs are still.
Oh yes, indeed, and we cannot but heap praises on that innings from Calendar. She opened the batting, she shared the opening position with her captain Myers. They laid the foundation, and she went from strength to strength. She played all the shots. She took on the bowlers, and she wasn't afraid to go over the top. She wasn't afraid to go square of the wicket, and she wasn't afraid to go straight down the wicket. And she finished with an excellent innings of 52 not out. A good innings indeed, and that is what anchored the Barbadians to victory in this encounter.
We can't forget Najani Kamabach as well, offer for 6 for 7 against Guyana, picking up 3 for 17 here. So 9 wickets she has in the tournament in just 2 games, as their first 2 games were washed out. But of course, Erin Dean, who broke the back of the Jamaicans with 4 for 16 in her 7 overs. She bowled 2 maidens and was very impressive with her bowling here at the Suffolk Royal Ground.
And I mean, the Bajans, they have a pretty good knitted team together. I mean, Erin Dean, she was in Malaysia with the West Indies on the 19 team. So she came back and she has shown the type of experience that she has gained out there. And it showed up today because she picked up 4 wickets. And the team just went from strength to strength. They are a good unit, and they have shown today that they came to win, and they won this encounter.
Yeah, so Barbados defeating Jamaica, coming away with a victory here. So 2 wins for them now to equal 2 wins for the Jamaica team. So just net run rate might be the difference between the 2 teams, as we mentioned. You can join us back here at the Sir Frank Worrell Field at UWI into St. Augustine on Thursday, when we will see this Barbados team go up against the Leeward Islands team, and Saibani Kambanapali, it must be said, who is the leading run scorer in the tournament and might just be challenging it, is now Asabi Calendar. So tune in to our coverage on Thursday, when that should be a bumper game. So from the team here, Astil Ren, our producer Jason Prasad, Kadeem McGregor, and we say thank you for joining us and see you at the Thoughts on Thursday.